Good evening. At this time, I want to welcome everyone to the joint council session and the mayor's informational session on the Budlong Pool. For procedural matters, I just want to inform every one in the public, both here at Cranston East Auditorium and on Zoom, that the council meeting cannot officially convene at this time because we need to have a quorum. What that is a majority of council members. A couple of council members, Councilwoman Vargas and Councilwoman Renzulli, indicated that they will be here probably about 6:30 or so. So at that time, we will officially convene the meeting. In the meantime, officially convene the council meeting. In the meantime, the mayor will go forward and present his informational portion, which will later be discussed as part of the council meeting. And the mayor's informational meeting will also be streamed as a courtesy on Zoom for the public as well. And the mayor's in agreement with that. So Mayor, I hand it over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dennis DeJesus, and I'm going to be the moderator for today's informational meeting. I want to thank you all first and foremost for coming out tonight. The mayor has a detailed presentation to make to you. There'll be three speakers tonight. One of them, obviously, the mayor, and we also have a gentleman representing Secosha and Associates Architects, and we also have a gentleman from Weston and Sampson that I will be introducing after the mayor makes his comments. After we finish our speaking portion, there is a microphone here, and we would ask that you come forward and ask any questions of the mayor or anything regarding the architectural firm or the consultants that have been hired for this particular project. Again, the microphone is here, one at a time. Please come forward and hopefully ask a question in a constructive manner so that we can give you a positive answer that you feel comfortable with. Again, my name is Dennis DeJesus. I was the former Parks and Recreation Director way back, the late 1980s. Recently, Special Olympics Director, Executive Director, retired not too long ago and serving in a part-time capacity in the mayor's office. With that, he needs no introduction. Our mayor has given over 27 years in the educational field as a teacher here at Cranston East, as a former athletic director, teacher. 4 years he has served as city councilman citywide. In the last 2.5 years, he has been the mayor of our great city. Without further ado, I bring forward Mayor Ken Hopkins.
Thank you, Dennis. Let me start by giving this kind of off-the-cuff statement. I want a pool as much as anybody that's sitting in this room. I want a pool. My whole life has been public service and giving back to children, to kids. It's my whole life. 40 years of coaching, 37 years in education, 27 of them right here in this building. I gave my life for what's in the best interest of our kids. So when I stand here before you tonight, my entire mission is to answer one simple question. What is in the best interest of the city of Cranston? Every decision that I make as your mayor is based on that concept. What is in the best interest of all 83,000 people that live in this city? So to start, I'd like to thank the city council. Thank you for attending this evening and giving me this opportunity. Thank you to the residents. I have read every single one of your emails. I have answered your calls. There may be some that slip through because there has been a lot. But I can tell you this. I have met with as many possible people as I can at open houses at Garden City, which brought in many, many people from both Ward 6 and Ward 2. And I asked them, what should we do? I listened to them. I know many of you that are here tonight want to fix the old pool. If I could fix it right now and open it tomorrow, I would. But hopefully, as you listen to my approach and listen to the information that I bring to the table tonight, you'll understand why I'm thinking the way I am. It would be very, very simple for me to just kick the can down the road, put a temporary Band-Aid on a pool that was built in 1939. That would be the easy thing to do. But the prudent thing to do, is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. See, what you got to understand is a politician will give people what they want. A statesman will give them what they need. I think that I have the information, and hopefully that you'll agree with me as we complete this evening, that you will understand fully the position that I've taken. So again, thank you for your comments. Thank you for your concerns. I love this city as much, if not more than any one of you. I want to do what's in the best interest of this city. There's been much debate about whether we should save a recreational facility that was built by the WPA, the Works Project Administration, during the presidency of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 1939, or should we build a new facility that will let us move forward for generations to come? There's been much debate throughout the community on this topic. I think we can do better. I think we can do better if we can answer one simple question: what is in the best interest of the 83,000 residents of our great city? Many have voiced their opinions in open forums, extremely critical of me and my administration. Tonight, I have the opportunity to present the facts and the information, not for political posturing, but to answer the question as to why we should attempt another Band-Aid approach. I was voted into office and handed the task of making some very, very difficult decisions. I stand by my campaign slogan, a name that you can trust. I have done my homework. I have listened to the people. I have listened to the professionals to formulate my opinions. Now, some people have questioned my leadership skills. I can take that. That's fine. We all have a different style of management. Some said that I lie. I will not take that, because I've taught my own children to remember your name and your word and tell the truth. I have never, ever once, as your mayor or as a councilman, lied while I'm in this office. Some say that I don't listen and do whatever I want, as portrayed by the King Ken. We're better than that as a city. Personal attacks, it's part of the job, but they haven't fazed me. They have only made me stronger in my attempt not to build a new facility, but to get to the truth about what we already have. So I'm going to start this evening with a thought. What is the sensible use of the ARPA funds? These are the thoughts that we should be addressing. We've been given a one-time opportunity by the federal government to give us some money to fix some things in this city. The question I have is, do we use millions of dollars to make a temporary fix? Is that prudent spending of taxpayer money based upon the past history of this pool? We have one shot to get this right. We can't come back here in 5 years and say, yeah, we fixed it. The kids swam for 4 years, but we got to fix it again. And we don't have that money to fix it with. So what do? We close it. See, I want to keep this pool open for the next 50 years. So there's the question. Do we fix what's there? And I understand the memories. I understand the passion. I went there as a kid. I understand all of that. But is that the right thing to do? Okay, well, the next slide I want to show you is a timeline of the pool history. I'm having some technical difficulties. It was built in 1939 under the Roosevelt administration. This is a timeline of this particular pool. It was updated in the 1960s, some 40 years after it was originally built. In 1973, it was updated by South Sakosha Architects. In 2017, a request was made to waive the formal bidding document. And the reason for this bid waiver, Mr. Liberatore, who was the recreation director at the time, said, we will install a heavy-duty liner in the Budlong pool to save the city hundreds of thousands of dollars in cost for cement, power washing, and paint. This will eliminate that for years to come. That's 2017. 6 years ago. And I truly believe that Mr. Liberatore thought he was doing the right thing. In January of 2018, a purchase order was given to buy and purchase a liner for the pool for $197,000. Let me move forward to 2021. I had been in office for about 5 or 6 months, dealing with a worldwide pandemic. Yet, being an athletic director, I was always taught to be the next season ahead. If I was doing football season, I was worrying about winter schedules. If I was doing winter schedules, I was trying to come up with what we needed for the spring. Well, I took that same approach into this office. So in March of 2021, I called our recreation director, Ray Tassaglia, in to discuss the Budlong pool. Keeping in mind that we're still at the height of COVID, I was thinking forward. In 6/14, an estimate from New England Aquatics to service the pool came in at $89,620. Now, there has been a lot of talk about that figure, that is all that it cost to open a pool that had been closed for a couple of years. Well, that was an estimate, if everything was perfect, to try to get it open. That's not the true cost of what it actually would have cost us to open it. This estimate is with the understanding that everything is in a working order. It does not include work to the motors, the pump house, the filtration system, or the building. This meeting was the first in trying to open the pool, which was my original intention. That's been challenged. He always said he's going to build a new pool. That's not true. I said from day one that I wanted to try to fix the Budlong pool. In September, on September 12th of 2022, there was a letter from Secosha and Associates, which came up with a conceptual design of a pool for discussion. Again, a conceptual design for discussion. The estimated cost was not to exceed $7,500. The next thing I did was have a meeting in my office with Councilwoman Germain in the fall of 2022. I presented her with a copy of that drawing. Her response: Mayor, I love your vision. We are thinking alike. Thank you, Mayor. This meeting was designed to get her feelings to see if we should build a new pool. She looked at that first conceptual drawing, and I had a lot of respect for her at that time because the pool is in her ward. And I asked her, do you like this idea? Should we proceed? She looked at that first conceptual drawing and was very, very receptive. When that meeting ended, I thought we were on the same page. But unbeknownst to myself, somewhere down the line, she had a difference of opinion. My guess is it was the pressure of some people that didn't want to change to a new design. So she flip-flopped. Okay, I'd like to give you some statistics here about the size of different pools, because people have been arguing back and forth about the size of the pool that I've promoted. The Budlong pool itself, these are the actual figures: 260 feet by 85, depth of 2 feet to 10 feet. It holds nearly 1 million gallons of water and could accommodate as many as 1,250 people. Now, I understand that back in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, when people didn't have their own pools, didn't have cars to get to the beaches, that type of pool worked. Ma'am, if you continue to disparage me and sit there, I'm going to ask you to leave. This is my opportunity to speak. An Olympic pool, if it was built today, would be 164 feet by 82 feet, a little bit smaller than the Budlong pool is. Olympic pools are 6 feet deep, 660,250 gallons of water, and could hold approximately 440 people. Now, where do we come up with those figures? Based on state law. Every one person needs 15 feet of space. That's how we come up with those figures. So if you take the square footage of the pool, divide it by 15, that's where you'll get that number. The proposed size of a new pool in a splash pad, yes, a splash pad. This will service over 500 people at one time. The pool that I have looked at is about 7,000 square feet, big enough to accommodate approximately 500 people based on the state law, approximately. A splash pad that could be built in the future could accommodate, and I've reduced the size of that, could hold approximately 50 children at one time. So between those two, we're up over 500 people to use this facility. Now, people have questioned transparency. The mayor has not been transparent with the public. The mayor has not been transparent with the city council. If you look at the numbers on this next slide, the city council had an opportunity to look and discuss the Budlong Pool on June 21st, October 21st, September 22nd, December 22nd, January 23rd, June 23rd, July 23rd, and August 23rd. That's 8 city council meetings throughout the year where this topic was addressed. We can also look at the second line and see that in the Public Works meeting, it was discussed November, May, October, January, February, March, April, May, and July. That's transparency. When my administration shows up at those meetings and allows discussion and talks about this pool. Since June of 2021, there have been 18 public meetings where the Budlong Pool has been discussed. The national COVID pandemic in the years 20 and 2021, the Budlong Pool was closed. Everything was pretty much closed during that time period. It remained closed for 2022 and 2023, which were the first 2 years of my administration. It was previously closed in the summers of 2009 and 2010 due to financial constraints. It needed repairs, including replacement of the motor and the pump for the filtration system. So we have a history back into the early 2000s of this being broken. It was also closed in the 1950s during the polio outbreak. And in 1996, when the city could not pay the $400,000 that were needed for repairs and renovations, it was shut once again. So this pool has a history of having problems and breaking down. In July of 2023, July 13th, I had a meeting in my office with Karen Rosenberg and Susan Blake. I gave them the opportunity to come in and talk to me about their concerns. After I read some of the remarks in the local newspaper that were attributed to Ms. Rosenberg. I wanted to meet her. I wanted to find out, why is she saying these things? Many of them were not factual. The meeting was cordial, and after I answered all of their concerns, the meeting ended. Again, transparency, trying to meet with people to ask them, what should we do? What's the best course of action? What I'd like to do is pivot here for a moment and give you some statistics based on the usage of the pool. Let's go back to 2017. This slide indicates the highest hour of usage on certain days. So for example, the highest in 2017, number 7, was up to 300 people at that point during the course of a day. The average hour, the average peak for the year 2017, you can see on that line that goes straight across the middle, is about 125 people. That was the average of people that used the pool in 2017. Going to the next slide. In 2018, the highest peak was 350 people. That's the most people at one point that went into that pool. The average for 2018 was slightly higher to 150 people. 2019, the last year that the pool was opened, the highest peak got us up to 420. The average peak dropped in 2019 to under 150. So we've got a 3-year period of attendance and usage of the pool, which gives us some pretty clear numbers about how many people use that pool. Also keep in mind that many of those people come from out of the city of Cranston. That's not just Cranston people. The average daily, and these are statistics that were taken at the pool by the attendants at the pool on an hourly basis for us to come up with these statistics. In 2017, they averaged 122 people per day. In 2018, 154 per day. In 2019, 142 per day. The average for the last 3 years that pool was opened was 140 people. Going to the next, we have the peak hours of attendance. When did people use this? And I haven't even incorporated into the slide the weather conditions. Obviously, if it's a day like today, more people are going to use it. The peak hour of attendance goes from 122 to 299, and then from 154 to 350, and then from 142 to 420. We have never, in those 3 years, gone over that mark. I'd like to raise a serious question for all of us to answer. Are there cracks in the foundation of this pool? What I'm showing you on these slides, and they're difficult to read, but the one on the left indicates the billing for the water that I got from the Providence Water Department. If you look at those bills, they average between $4,000 to $6,000 between the months of June, July, August, and September, when that pool was being used. The rest of the time, the bills were down in the 100 and less range. So for the years that we're using the pool, the water bills are between $4,000 and $6,000. So I asked the question, why are they so high? Well, if you look to the right, that gives you a clear indication of what was going on. As the water was leaking through the cracks in the pool, it was being filled up by that 3-inch water hose. I took that picture 2 days ago. It's still there in the pool. They were using that to fill the pool to keep it up to capacity at the expense of losing up to 5,000 gallons. And the water bills prove that. Next, I have the current conditions of the pool. I mean, I'm going to let these speak for themselves. We have the hose, the 3-inch hose hooked up right to the building. It's not anywhere where they're hiding it. There was a kid that was working over there every hour, was turning the lever to put more water in that pool. Not to mention the chemicals that had to be added to keep the level up, to make them safe. The picture on the right is from the back end of the pool, the deep end. That pool is 10 feet deep where the old diving boards used to be. Right now, the water is up to the 7-foot mark. Keep in mind, the white that you see is the new liner that they installed. So I have to ask the question, how the hell does 7 feet of water get into a pool after a new liner's been installed? The next page shows us something in the building. You can see asbestos. You can see falling ceilings. This is the shape of the building that needs major repair. I'll let the pictures speak for themselves. But I asked my question, would I let my kids go in this place? No way. These pictures are the current conditions of the pool. The first one is a storage pot where they put the ladders for the pool. The second picture shows the stain of the water on the roof. And the third picture, and I find this one to be one of the most disturbing to me. This is a pipe that's coming out of the pump. Those of you that own a pool, it's called backwash. You take the dirty, filthy water that's in your system and you backwash it. Where do you think that water is going right now? I think DEM would like to know, because that dirty, filthy, chemical-filled water is being pumped right into the river that flows next to the pool. Concerns have been raised by the public. Yes, I listened. For the last month, I have done nothing but work on this project to try to find out who's right, who's wrong, can we fix it, should we build a new one? In my initial proposal, people asked me, what about the depth of the pool? There's no swimming lanes. What about the size of the pool? And I went on one of the websites and it had this big, huge, giant pool, and they made it look like the one that we were proposing was so minuscule. I heard about the historical nature. If there's anything that hit me in the heart the most, it's the memories of the past. But I'm not taking a walk down memory lane right now. I want to fix this for the kids in the future. So here's my latest proposal that I gave to the professionals. We need a pool that has a 6-foot depth. Let's add some lap lanes so the adults can do their swimming in their laps. Let's increase the size of the pool to 7,000 square feet. The question I ask, why modernize? Because I look at aquatic trends throughout the Northeast. I've gone to Massachusetts, Connecticut, and almost every single city and town in Rhode Island. The trends indicate that we're going to smaller pools that handle the population, but to have more activities, such as splash pads. I am looking into the future, not into the past. I am looking into the new memories for the next generation of kids that grow up in our city. Yes, I listened. Yes, I've been working on this day and night. Many of them sleepless because I'm looking for the right thing to do for this city. I question, should that liner, should it have ever been purchased? Because there is so much porous cement underneath it that if you stuck your hand through that liner, you would grab a handful of mud. That's how deteriorated the cement is. It has cracks in it that were told to people who are in charge of that pool that water continues to come from the ground, not from the rain. It is coming up. Those pictures that I've showed you today, that 7-foot depth, that's groundwater coming back up through the liner because underneath the liner is broken. I wouldn't put my kids in this pool. Wouldn't do it. No, and I don't think you would either. Yeah, do I sound passionate about this? Yes, because my whole life I have been passionate about working for kids to make their lives better. To take an old, antiquated, broken down pool and put a one-time investment into it is not in the best interest of this city. The future is in the best interest of the city. I stand by my report. I have checked with professionals, the pool source, the liner shop, New England Aquatics, the Federal Hill Group, Mr. Barry Fontaine, an expert in the field, Weston and Sampson, and Secocia and Associates. The conclusions that I have drawn are based upon the evidence and the research presented by professionals. These people are the pros in the field. I thank you for listening to me. Yeah, I want a pool. Yes, I'm passionate about this, but I think you really need to take a good look and listen. Like I listen to you, listen to the experts and see what they say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to introduce Michael Van Hamel. Michael is the Director of Design for Secocia and Associates. He's been an educational planner for over 35 years, worked on domestic and international projects. He has worked on historical renovations, and his expertise is in architectural interiors. Michael Van Hamel.
Thank you for that introduction.
I'm actually going to interrupt for a minute. Before you do that introduction, just for procedural purposes, since we now have a quorum, I'd ask that we just convene the city council meeting officially, taking a roll by the clerk, and then we can proceed with the introduction. Fair enough? Okay. At this time, we are now officially convening the city council special session for this evening on Budlong Pool. And at this time, I will ask the clerk to please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Here.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilman Campopiano, Councilman Paplaskas, Council Vice President Vargas,
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present. And at this time, I turn the floor over to the mayor's guests here for the introduction.
We're trying to get our slideshow up. 1 second, please.
Can you give permission to Chris Millay? Chris Millay.
while we're waiting for the technical aspect to be determined, I'd like to also introduce Mark Mariano. Mark is a project senior manager engineer in Western and Sampson's Aquatics Group. His aquatics background includes municipal design, operations, water chemistry, and project management. His skills include drafting using auto CAD and knowledge and material properties related to pool aquatics and filtration systems, design, and construction. If I started listing all the pools he has worked on and throughout the East Coast, we'd be here until tomorrow. But suffice it to say that Sampson, Weston and Sampson works on municipal pools to include facilities planning, conceptual design, new installation, construction and repair of existing facilities, modifications and upgrades, surface restoration, including tile, plaster, concrete, compliance audits, filtration, pumps, valves. I mean, their company is world renowned for their expertise in municipal pools. Mark Mariano will be joining Michael in the presentation that you are about to see. Following the presentation, we will be inviting people up to make their comments. We will require that you speak on a 2-minute basis to give everyone the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
If you can download onto your device, and then you should be able to share locally, open locally.
So what we're trying to fix a couple of the technical problems that we're having. One of our first slides was just an introduction from Mark and myself. As the mayor mentioned, I'm with Sococcio and Associates, architects right down the road in Cranston. How about now? How about now? Thank you. Michael Van Hamel, I'm with Sococcio and Associates. I'm the director of design. We are right down the road. We're a Cranston-based firm. We're just celebrated our 50th anniversary. As the mayor mentioned, Sal Sococcio is the founder of our firm. He's 90 plus years old and still comes into the studio to actually work. And one of his first jobs was the Budlong Pool. He has some fond memories of it and interesting stories as well. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here and be part of this project.
Okay. So, Michael, I'll take it over from here. Good evening. My name is Mark Mariano. I'm with Weston and Sampson Engineers. I'm a team leader. I'm the leader of the aquatics division at Weston Sampson. People wonder what aquatics are. Well, we specialize in recreational water, anything with a recirculation pump, pools, fountains, aquariums, anything with a recirc pump. So a little bit about our company. We've been around since 1899. We are one of the grandfathers in the aquatic industry. The first pool that Weston Sampson designed was in 1935 during the WPA administration for the University of New Hampshire. Right now, we are a multidisciplinary firm. We've obviously grown since 1899. We have approximately 850 employees up and down the Eastern Seaboard. So we have a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of engineering expertise at the firm. And just generally some services that we provide. Moving on to the next slide. And as the mayor had said, these are some of the municipal pool projects that we kind of work on. Me being the leader of the group, I oversee the initial concept, the initial feasibility, understanding where the current facilities are in the life cycle and how to either extend that life cycle or we need to restart the life cycle. The other thing we work on is, I'm involved in as the engineer of record. I am licensed in 32 other states. We work, moving on to the next slide. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Just some aquatic stats. So this is some of our projects that we've worked on. The large splash pad tower is the first of its kind in Texas. It's a completely accessible and interactive play structure. And then you'll see the other two was one of the projects that we did in Weehawken, New Jersey. As I said, just come our stats. We do approximately about 500 projects. We've done over the last 5 years, we've done about 500 projects, worked in 32 different states internationally. And just within the New England community, we've done about 35 major projects, including 5 with the city of Boston, working with the city of Baltimore to renovate 5 facilities in the city of Philadelphia. We do about $125 million worth of aquatic construction projects per year. So just some nice photos of some of the projects we've done. That's some of our projects in Texas, that's some of our projects in Connecticut and Needham, Mass. What I like to kind of show on some of these, we take on any type of challenge. Actually, this one in Needham was actually built in a reservoir. So high groundwater, any type of challenges, we like those. Moving on to the next slides. So let's kind of elaborate a little bit. The mayor talked about the existing conditions at the pool. Moving on. We have the existing pool and pump house. That's where we focus most of our attention. And we're looking at fairly older systems. We're looking at original systems. So kind of back up, the mayor kind of talked about the history of the facility. It was built in the late 30s, seen major renovations in the 60s and 90s. And when we look at the renovations that were done in the 60s, in the 90s, a lot of the work that was done was a Band-Aid, a Band-Aid, a Band-Aid. And sometimes you can only Band-Aid a facility so many times till you really need to restart. Throughout the history, you had diving boards. You had, at some point, you did have to do a depth reduction on the facility because groundwater was creating an issue, and that was done in the 60s. The slide was removed, the internal barrier was removed, and just some general stats. The pool is 22,000 square feet. So to kind of give an understanding of size, in that neighborhood, the average lot size is 5,000 square feet. So you're looking at almost 5 municipal home sizes. Holds a little bit plus or minus 850 gallons, depending upon where the slopes are. It does have a capacity of 1,250 people, and it does need a significant amount of staff and resources to make sure that the pool is safe when people are using it. The other thing I wanted to show, that's a Cadillac V16. So that was the latest technology in 1938. Moving on to the next slide. So the challenges that we saw when we reviewed the facility. As the mayor had shown before, there was a hose in the pool, and that hose is required to keep the pool full. In order for this pool to properly function, it has to have water delivered to the filtration system through 2 methods. 1, the main drains, and 2, the perimeter gutter. That's that stainless steel that you see around the whole perimeter. They serve 2 purposes. 1, they allow the water to surface, skim, and clean the dirtiest part of the water, which is the surface. Second is to get the water that is sedimentation that falls to the bottom of the pool. In order to do that, the state of Rhode Island requires you to have a certain turnover. And a turnover is taking that body of water, which is 850,000 gallons, and putting it through the filter system 6 times per day, 4 times per day for a 6-hour turnover rate. Currently, we're not meeting that. And that poses an issue because you're not cleaning the pool in a proper manner. You're not providing that proper disinfection. The other issue with leaking of the pool is we're using annually 2.5 million gallons of water per year. The challenge when you have a leaky pool presents a couple things. 1, it's not enjoyable. It's cold. You're constantly filling it with 60-degree water. It's impossible to get the temperature up. And given that it's such a large body of water, it's really hard to get it warm, and it's not enjoyable. Two, you're not maintaining that residual that you need to keep in the water. Residual is chlorine, and that's the disinfectant that safeguards people from getting sick from waterborne illnesses. So without having that residual of chlorine in the water, it's A, going into the environment, so it's not properly being digested. And two, you're not keeping it in the pool and creating a non-compliant situation. Other things to note, what I just mentioned about the gutter, the skimming, when we shot the gutter with the survey team, the gutter's not level. So you're not continuously skimming around the whole pool. You're backwashing into a neighboring stream, as the mayor had mentioned, which is not a compliant thing. The backwash that's received from a filter is considered sewage. It has pathogens as protozoa that needs to be properly disposed of. It can't go into a stream. So that is one item that would need to be addressed in the renovation. Health and safety requirements such as depth markers. There's multiple trip hazards on that deck. Anyone who's been there, there's bituminous some concrete, which is pavement around the entire pool. That's not an enjoyable situation to be when it's on a hot day and trying to go from the pool to your lounge chair or trying to go to your towel. It's just so hot. Plus, it's very flexible. It moves every year. They have to go in and fix it. You can't to have a safe and compliant deck. You can't have anything more than 1/4 of an inch differential. And we have more than that in many places around this pool. And not to mention the pool deck itself is 20,000 square feet. So we're looking at a total area of 42,000 square feet of play surface here. And to continue on, I mean, we don't meet the federal guidelines for Virginia Graham Baker, which is the Safety Act for safety drains. In order to get your turnover rate, you would have to replace the entire main drain system. The pool does not meet the federal guidelines for accessibility. There was only one lift. You need to have 2 forms of entry. And even the forms of entry that could be provided don't provide a good experience for that person. You know, they would be isolated to that specific chair in the pool rather than a 0 depth entry. There's a wall obstruction. I believe this is part of the piping system. The water was too murky to see, but that's clearly an obstruction, as you can see right there poking through the wall. And there's some serious structural concerns. When you see in my industry, when you see a liner go in, and this is what's called a bag liner, you're basically going from gutter line to gutter line, trying to bag line this entire pool to prevent it from leaking. It's a Band-Aid at that point. That means you had some serious underlying issues, and the cost to fix those underlying issues is too great. So you put the liner in and just hope that you get another 5, 6 years out of it, 10 years out of it. Now, what's been documented on this pool is you have groundwater issues. You're next to a neighboring stream, so you have high groundwater. And one of the issues is you can't drain the pool because the groundwater will actually physically push that pool up, will physically move that liner up. And when they were installing the liner back in 2018, they did have some issues struggling with that because they were trying to get the liner in, but trying to prevent the groundwater from pushing up the liner as they were installing it. And the size of the pool, I mean, it's 22,000 square feet with a capacity of 1,250 square feet, 1,250 people. There's really no other pool in New England of that size. You know, for a community of 83,000, you typically see a pool size between 300 and 400 one-time occupancy. I mean, this is a common thing that we've seen in the industry, that pools being this size, because they really didn't understand the technology or the industry back then. They just built what they did. But those are some of the challenges. Now, looking at it, what are the programmatic issues that you kind of see at a pool like this? The pool being so big is pretty one-dimensional. They're in being a rectangle and being depths from 2 to 9 feet with no other alcoves, no other 0 depth entry, no other play features. You kind of are limited in some of the programs that you can offer to the public. And being that, you know, you're voiding the need for a 0 entry, which provides different levels for instructional swimming and different abilities, providing different levels for resistance for people that are going into the water. You know, when you're in the water, you're buoyant. And the higher you come up the ramp, the less buoyant you are. So the more strength you gain, the more strength you need to gain, you go deeper into the water. What we're really missing is kind of like a target age group right here, which is children from 2 to 10. You know, with a pool that's 2 feet deep. So I know my son, he's 3 years old. He's not going to go and be independent in a pool. You have to constantly be with him. But when I bring him to a pool that has a 0 depth entry, he has a lot more free reign. He's able to interact with other kids of his age because he's able to touch the ground. In this pool, you're not able to do that. You know, the whole site is very sunny. There's no shade out there. So, I mean, if you want to get a great tan, it's a great place to go, but you want to get some relief from the sun at some point. And it's tough to, when you have a pool like this, it's tough to really promote the family attendance. And that's one of the nucleuses that you want to keep when you're designing a facility, because you don't have that 0 depth entry, because you don't have these additional features. It's difficult when a mother goes there with 3 kids of differing ages, because you have different play levels. So when you look at that, you need to be able to address that, or they just don't come. And that's where you have lack of attendance. We can move on to the next slide. So the cost to repair. So what the mayor had asked us to do is to evaluate what it would cost to bring this facility back into compliance, keeping the 22,000 square foot. So we would need to replace the filter plant. Currently, because we need that turnover rate, we would need approximately a 2,300 gallon per minute turnover rate. To kind of balance that, that's about a turnover rate you would see covering about half a water park right now. But that's what's needed minimal to keep the pool within compliance, to keep that turnover rate. We would need to install a backwash tank. And that backwash tank would take all the sewage that's discharged from the current filters, store it, and then slowly pump it into the city sewer system, just because we have such a distance to go. And we'd have to use regenerative media filters because of that flow rate. We need a higher level of capacity, and that just puts you into a completely different price level and completely different type of equipment. We would recommend reducing the pool depth down to 6 to 7 feet because of that groundwater issue. We'd need to replace the perimeter gutter. We would need to replace the pool main drains, all the buried piping, install a new collector tank. So basically all we would be left with would be the walls and the floor. And when I mean the walls, we're talking about 1 foot to 1.5 foot of wall in order to build that. And then we would also then need to put an addition to the bathhouse to be able to accommodate the bathers. So based upon Rhode Island DOH, you need to have a certain amount of water closets, a certain amount of sinks to be able to accommodate the number of patrons that your facility can handle. Because you can handle 1,250, we need the infrastructure for that. That's where we come into an estimated project cost of around $5 million to be able to accommodate that. And in just at that, we'd probably only be extending the life of the pool about 10 years. Moving on to the next. So what the mayor has kind of looked to us is to kind of vision the future. And, you know, to modernize the pool, to get with the latest trends, to create a facility that will accommodate the city for the next 40 years. And, you know, one of the major things is creating a multi-generational pool that provides inclusive play for all ages and abilities. That means anyone can come, anyone can have the same amount of fun, and there's nothing that limits an individual from coming and having that fun at the pool. We're going to provide a 500 patron one-time capacity, so that's 500 individuals per hour. Just to kind of give you a reference, that's probably 2 rooms of this size filled with people, which is a significant amount of people. Engineer a pool that will give a 40-year lifespan, reduce the amount of annual maintenance, and that just will help the city with their budget managing over the time. Reduce operational costs, utilizing modern filtration will help reduce that operational costs, and just reducing the size of the pool will help reduce staff requirements. An engineer a pool that has multiple uses per every square foot. Because these pools are so expensive to build, you need to maximize every square foot of that pool. So it's taking every square foot and using it for multiple programs. going on to the next slide. So new programs that we'd like to incorporate into the pool, zero depth entry. So this accommodates many individuals. We'll have a toddler area that will be able to address kids from 2 to 10, and they'll be able to interact with others without having to be supervised by parents. Well, obviously they need to be supervised by parents, but they don't need to be held above water. Have some interactive spray features, have shade areas, have underwater benches. So creating different oases, as you can see on the lower image right there, creating different bowls that create an area where people can gather in groups, but they're not directly getting impacted by kids playing or splashing. Creating a pool that's ADA accessible. So creating a pool that's accessible for all, and creating a pool that any age and any ability can be used. And variable depths. This will help foster swim lessons and aerobics. So here's an example of zero depth entry. We did a project for the city of Winooski, Vermont. It's a smaller community, right outside of Burlington. They, in the early 2000s, they were a Sudanian refugee settlement. And one of the biggest tasks that they had were when the refugees came, they did not know how to swim. So they would go into the Lake Champlain and they were having issues. The zero depth entry helped them overcome their fears of being able to go and understand the water, and then gradually build up that strength and that courage to be able to become a stronger swimmer and move their way down the pool. As you'll see in further slides, this pool is a progression. So you start at the zero entry as a young kid, and you make your way all the way down to the deep end. And this will allow areas for 10, where we also wanted to create an area where 10 to 14-year-olds, where there's a little bit more aggressive play, to have that space and not be influencing younger kids, and allow adults to have their own space. So we can kind of show that in the future coming up. But what we were tasked to is also look at a project budget of 3.5 million, and again, 40-year lifespan. Next slide. This is a program overview. So starting from the left to the right, we have our lap swimming. So we'll have 3 lap lanes, and we'll have depths at the bottom of the page going deeper north. That will start at 4 feet there and will end up at 6 feet at the end. That will be your lap swimming. That will be used for other swim programs. And as we move down, going to the right, we'll have the second cove, which is a bench, and then we'll have another cove underneath the awning that will provide shade, which will have another bench. So those will be 2 areas of either leisure, or it can be used for aerobics. Those bold areas are perfect for aerobic programs, to be able to use the bench to sit on for a little bit of resistance, or even for balancing. But it also creates a niche where they can still have other people playing and other programs happening, and it's not happening directly center in the pool. Then as you move up the ramp, you're going to, well, in the center part of the pool, this is that 10 to 14-year-old age. So there may be a basketball net there. There may be a volleyball net there. So you'll have a little bit more aggressive play, but you'll also be creating team play as well. And then moving up the ramp, you'll have your zero depth entry, which is the ability for anyone to get in the pool, and the spray features in that little toddler area. So just kind of, Mark Sakosha, the owner of Sakosha, had once said, he's like, the Model T was an innovator. The car was an innovation, right? It changed the way we approached everything. But they didn't continue to make Model Ts today because the technology has advanced. And that's what this is what I'm showing here. You have the pool from 1938, and that was the latest technology. We need to adapt to today's technology. I mean, we have cars that drive themselves now. So it just shows the evolution of the aquatic industry in being able to make it easier for people to recreate. Moving over to Michael.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to have a brief conversation about the pool house itself. The existing pool house, the conditions are that there is no ADA accessibility in the building. The mechanical and the plumbing systems need to be updated or replaced. The masonry at some parts in some of the tunnel and entrances, along with some of the stonework, needs to be updated. The roof does need to have some areas that need repair. Lighting needs to be replaced on the interior and exterior, as well as some of the finishes on the interior. As we were talking about before, there are a bunch of materials that need to be abated, whether it's lead paint or asbestos that are in there. The mechanical room has water penetration. There are various life safety problems that are in the building that need to be addressed. And as we were talking about before, if we have a facility that can do 500 people, that means that we have to have the water closets and sinks to be able to meet that people. And right now, that facility doesn't have it. Next. As the mayor was showing before, here are some images of the existing interiors. You can see exposed piping that shouldn't be exposed, and other various problems in that whole facility. Same thing for the showers in the interiors. You can kind of see also bad piping that is in places that it shouldn't be. And existing conditions also for the interiors, as you can see, the storage areas are just full of some very nasty things that do need to be abated. So we're showing right now just the existing floor plan condition. As you can see, we only have, well, for the women, we have 2 showers and 1 toilet, with also some shared toilets in the center. Just not enough for the patrons that we want to have if we want to have a capacity of 500 people. The solution would be, in pink, we would be extending into some of the areas that are now storage. We would have enough ADA compliance for showers and toilet areas. The blue is the men's side. Each side has their own entrance from the outside. And the yellow areas at the top, those are family and unisex bathrooms that can be accessed from the outside. Above that yellow area is also outdoor showers to be able to rinse off, and various storage areas and a drinking fountain and some other amenities. So as you can see, the concept that we have for the exterior next is also creating a welcoming entry off to the bottom right-hand side, and another pergola that can provide shade and a point of entrance at the bathrooms with different storage areas and also a meeting wall there as well. Next. So overall, this is the area that we kind of see across from the pool, looking at the pool house, trying to create a certain language from the entry to different pergolas and creating a place of family fun and entertainment.
So, I mean, to kind of wrap up the technical presentation, just to kind of compare, you know, we were asked to evaluate what the cost would be to repair the existing pool, and that was around 5 million, giving it a 10-year lifespan. The cost to replace the pool in its entirety, we're looking at 3 to 3.5 million with a 40-year lifespan. And the reason that 5 million is there is just based upon the virtue of the size of it. It's just cost of construction because of the virtue of the size.
Michael and Mark, thank you very much for that presentation. At this particular time, we will open up to questions from the public. You will have 2 minutes to ask, hopefully, a constructive question for either Mark, Michael, or the mayor, and we can begin that process right now.
I'm going to interject, Mr. DeJesus, just so we could, not do public comment 2 times over. As part of the council meeting on the agenda, we also have a public comment. I'm going to defer to the clerk. Was that next up on the agenda, or was it council discussion? The order.
Presentation by the mayor and the council discussion.
Okay. Okay, just a matter of procedure. I will ask for a motion from the council to take the agenda out of order so that we can hear public comment first.
Motion to take the agenda out of order.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
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 Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Okay. At this time, we would ask for public comment, sticking to the topic at hand, as to what Mr. DeJesus has just mentioned. Given the volume of people we anticipate speaking, we do ask that both on Zoom and in this arena, that the comments be limited to 2 minutes. The clerk will be keeping a time, so just trying to be mindful of others, because we don't want to have to cut you off, but we may have to given the volume. And the other thing I do just want to issue as a reminder, it's a good reminder to us all to please remember, even if someone is saying something that you disagree with, it's always important to adhere to the same rule that you tell your children. Treat everyone with respect. Okay, so I would ask that there's no heckling and that you let the person who's speaking have their opportunity to speak and be heard, and then you can have that same opportunity. But please do not be disrespectful to our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Okay, we're ready, I believe. First speaker.
This working? Can you hear me? Oh, there. Okay, so I was handed this
Give me that.
2-paged
I'm
set
sorry.
of
if you can
questions.
just
Oh, I'm
give-
sorry.
Sorry, I
Sorry.
didn't give it's my fault. I didn't give the typical reminder to another forum. If you can please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Sam Brusco, 11 Alhambra Circle. I was handed this 2-page set of questions, and now I find out I have 2 minutes. There's no way I can do this. To try to summarize all of this, the impression, Mr. Mayor, is that details were not forthcoming from the administration until tonight. I wasn't there at every meeting. And I guess the question is, what do you have to say to that impression? Do I just keep going with the questions?
It's your 2 minutes of comment, so you can.
Yes,
close that
okay.
up. Yeah.
Sir, I can respond to that if you'd like.
Does that count for my 2 minutes?
I'll keep it brief.
Okay.
We're talking about opportunities. Public comment could have been made at any one of those council meetings or public works meetings throughout the entire process. So if you didn't speak or didn't understand, then maybe you weren't there at those meetings and missed a good opportunity.
Hey, I just heard about this like a month or 2 ago. So the other thing is that, okay, the trends. Besides families with small children, I honestly, I have not heard from one person who has said that they like this idea. The other thing is that Cranston Budlong Pool has been the third place that we've all gone to congregate in the summers, an excellent place to be sociable without planning something. You just run into people. It's like, how you doing? Hey, let's see what else we got here. I did have a question on how and who and how was the occupancy counted? You mentioned attendance being at 140 per day. Was that at any one particular point in the day, or for the entire day, 140 people showed up?
I went over to the pool itself in the office, and they had a detailed book that indicated the hourly count.
So 140
pool.
people were at the pool that day.
Yes.
I mean, at that particular moment.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, the gentleman from Sococho, did you say that the backwash cannot go into the sewer, or it can?
Backwash has to go into a sewer. It has to go into a disposal unit.
Okay.
Oh, and to answer your question fast about the beta load, 15.
The what?
The beta load, the amount of people in the pool at once.
Yeah.
15 square feet per person.
Mhm. All right, and it sounds like the demand, the driving force to get it, the square footage of the pool down to 7,000 feet or whatever it is that you have to have accommodations in the pool house for as many people as could possibly be in that pool at any one time. Is that correct?
That would be correct. Yeah,
Okay.
it's all a chain reaction.
Can I submit these questions to be answered later?
So you can submit them to the clerk. You can email those into the clerk.
Okay.
I will defer to the solicitor on this question going forward for the public comment as a point of order. To the solicitor, should we be allowing the public to comment for their 2 minutes, present their questions, and then once that's complete, then have the mayor answer or his representatives answer the questions? What's the proper format legally for the response?
Madam
Thanks.
President, that would be the proper, so that we're not stopping and starting the clock again. I'd ask that people use the 2 minutes in its entirety, ask whatever questions they have in that 2 minutes, and then they will be responded to properly.
And we will ask the panelists to try to be brief in their response to the questions. We have next person.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, I'd also ask that if you can get a copy of those questions to me and I will personally answer every one of them for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. Angela Molino, 96 Shirley Boulevard. I just had two questions. The graphs that you showed, they indicated that at the peak times, there was an escalation or an increase in the amount of people that were using the pool at those peak times. So over the course of the 3 years that you showed, there was a slight increase. So with the summers getting hotter, I mean, even tomorrow, kids are getting out of school early because of the heat. Is there any wiggle room in the plan to increase the capacity at all? So to 550 to 750, or is there any space for that?
Are you done? Is that the only question you
That
have?
is my only question.
Yeah, and accumulating the information, that number you saw, the 420 in the year 2019, that was one day out of the entire season
Right,
for 1 hour.
right, I understand.
If you look at the graph, the next hour was down to about 287. So that was just at one moment. So for 1 hour, otherwise that entire year, the numbers hovered less than 300, except for 1 hour.
Right, but the idea was to attract more families. And so possibly increasing the number of people that are using the pool over the course of the next 40 years. So my question was just, is there room if that capacity does, remain at a constant throughout the summer?
Yeah,
So-
so with our current design and a potential additional splash pad, we still have additional space to add another body of water in the event that, let's say we're looking at attendance numbers of 700, let's say we're looking at attendance numbers of maxing out and you got people waiting at the gate. I mean, that's showing that there's a demand, right? And city council looks at that, mayor looks at that, and they want to address that. We would still have be able to accommodate the space for that.
Thank you. It was also just to, because of crowding, especially if you're going to create aggressive, family spaces and teen spaces and things like that, just to make sure that people have enough room.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, everybody. My name is Harrison Tuttle. My address is 131 Belmont Road. Just had a quick question about the repair and the cost. And so listed in the PowerPoint, it said that to repair the complete pool in full, it would cost $5 million. To remodel the pool with the presentation that you had, it would go from anywhere from 3 million to 3.5, I believe. Can you kind of explain to me how, kind of ripping up a completely for a new pool and a new model would be cheaper than the complete repair? And would the city council or the public have the access to itemize how much those two estimates would cost?
Sure. So what we evaluated was the 5 million was renovating the pool in the current shape, current size it is.
Mm.
The driving factor behind that being more money than complete replacement in a new pool is just based upon the virtue of the size of the work that has to occur. Now we're looking at, repairs of 22,000 square feet of concrete rather than a new concrete shell of 7,000 square feet. Those are the items that drive it forward. And that's where we evaluated and we said, look, does it make sense to spend all this amount of money and not get the same programs that you would out of the 7 million and spend more to do that?
I just have one more question.
Go ahead.
So when I was a teenager, I was a counselor for the Cranston Parks and Rec program. And so oftentimes we would go to the swimming pool multiple times a week and found the flexibility of being able to be in the middle zone and the deep end and the short gave a lot of kids from different age groups and different level of being able to swim an opportunity. When I looked at the model, I was a little concerned with how almost it feels narrow the deep end looks compared to the rest of the pool. Is it maybe just the model that I'm looking at that makes it look really narrow compared to the rest of the pool? And would there be any consideration to maybe expand the deep end to kind of encompass more folks to be able to swim over there?
So the model that you saw is the same width of the pool that's found there today. To grow a pool, obviously, as we kind of gone through this analysis, does add cost, does add a whole bunch of other things. It's something we can evaluate, we can take a look at. Given your experience of what you just said, this is what's important for you to relay that information to us. So it's something that we'll take a look at and we'll evaluate.
And then one more. Is my 2 minutes up?
Yeah, but keep
Okay.
going. You got another one. Go ahead.
You sure?
I'm positive.
All right. I see a lot of back and forth between the council and the mayor administration. I think, I don't want to speak for everybody, but it's not the best look for the city of Cranston in general. And I was wondering, with this proposal, with both sides being in opposition, is there any way that there could be a compromise, or is it just one way or nothing at all?
Harrison, I've reached out to the council. I've met with them individually. I've talked with them. I've had a great conversation with the council president the other night. My plan is to do what's in the best interest of the city. That's what I get paid to do. If the council wants to disagree with me on that, that's their prerogative. That's why we have that checks and balances. But I would be willing to work with anybody to make sure that our kids are in a pool next summer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hey, Kirschenbaum, 15 Curtis Street. I'd like to make a couple comments before my question, if that's okay. I worked at the Budlong Pool for a year. There were not chemicals being dumped in the pool every hour. That's inaccurate. What was happening was the pH levels were being tested. And the other thing is, were the average statistics of how many people were in the pool, did that account for weather? Because sometimes we'd have to shut down the pool, in an event of a thunderstorm or lightning storm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my question is, Mayor Hopkins, we are learning that you've kept your plans from the council for around 2 years. Your staff were told to keep quiet, to not quote unquote cause distractions. And you refused to tell the council the details before this meeting, or to coordinate so the councilors could all be here without violating open meeting laws. Why have you tried to shut the council out of this process? And don't you agree this has been damaging for trust in our city government?
I think I've been pretty understanding of what the council's position is. Many people have ganged up against this administration I'm a very trusting person. I take this to heart in terms of what you're saying and what people have said about this pool. Like I said before, I'd be willing to work with anybody.
Why would you not want to cause distractions, Mayor?
Yeah, I'll let my chief of staff answer that.
Please.
Yes, I believe you, at the last meeting, you took out of context and distorted a statement that I had in an email.
Can you please provide the context, sir?
The context, if I recall, first of all, you took it completely out of context. It was an internal email to the chief engineer and the Parks and Recreation Director to look into the feasibility of capital items, tennis courts at Cranston West and improvements to the Budlong Pool. So it was under the, it was, as this was, I believe I use the word investigatory, you keep it confidential until a decision is made. That's very typical. That happens in government every single day. It's unfortunately that you took that out of context and you're trying to distort this, but I respect where you're coming from.
Thank you. Can we have our next speaker, please?
Hello, my name is Monica May and I live at 66 Kenyon Boulevard. And I'd like to cover a couple of different areas. First of all, I think that the plan that the mayor has presented is very compelling. It seems well thought through. It seems designed to meet a lot of different needs in an economical way. And I have to say that this is a turnaround for me because prior to this meeting, I was under the impression that we were facing the loss of the pool and its replacement with a splash pad. And I am guilty of not having done enough due diligence to really understand the plan, although it seems like it was also hard to get to that information. So I feel like I owe the mayor an apology for not understanding what was going on until tonight. And I'm actually in favor of this design. So I want to say that. And secondly, I'm a lap swimmer, and right now I hike down to Warwick to go lap swimming, and I would just love to not have to do that in the summer. So looking at that design for lap swimmers, I just quickly Googled what the ideal specifications are for lap swimming, and it says for a short course laps for lap swimmers, it should be 75 feet long and at least 60 feet in width. I'm not sure how many lanes that encompasses, but they also say that a preferred minimum depth is 7 feet, not 6 feet. So just throwing that out, I would really love to have a place to lap swim here locally.
Sure.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
the dimensions you just had given are typical to NCAA swimming regs or FINA, which is FINA is what the international, what you would see at the Olympics.
Sounds good to
Typical
me.
typical high school pools, 4 feet to 7 feet. This pool will accommodate that. Swimming lanes of 7 foot wide, and it will be 25 yard, which is the standard for all pools. So that section of the pool will conform to normal lap lanes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Nunez. I live at 7 Ruxton Street in Cranston. I have a few questions. The first was, has the plan proposed that was shown today looked at how to use the space of the current Budlong Pool facility most effectively to accommodate the most people? I know it was presented at 500. Is that 500 the most that space can incur, understanding there has to be restorations done to both the building and the remodeling of the pool? Over. No, well, I have a follow-up, but that one first.
So when we were evaluating this facility, when we first started working with the mayor and his staff, we had the attendance records. We saw what the historical nature was of the pool. We have a pool that can accommodate a ton of people. So based on our experience, in a community of this size, you're averaging, you typically look to a facility that would accommodate about 300 to 400 people. The mayor wanted to go a little bit larger than that. this kind of parlays on another question that someone had asked earlier, is the possibility, if we are at capacity, to expand. When we looked at the pool, obviously we have 22,000 square feet of pool. We have 20,000 square feet of deck. What we did is we were maximizing, pushing the pool closest to the building, maximizing that footprint where the pool is today. Then we would have, if we have the budget and if we have the demand, splash pad. And if we need more than that, there still is additional lawn beyond that, which still falls within the same footprint that's found there today. And that's just based on the demand and what the city will see.
So with that, I know that the attendance was looked at as kind of to figure out what the best capacity would be. Not sure if it was actually captured age group targeting. One of the points you put on here was the target age group was going to be between 4 and 10, I believe, or 2 and 10.
So target age group that we'd like to see at this facility, your let's say the median age group is around 10, 12. All right. That's where kids are more independent. They come here with groupings of friends, with a family member or a friend of a family member. And that's also when you have camps here as well. That's the target age group, where you see the highest number of individuals per day. What we don't have, it's very difficult to have, to have the statistics of an individual, what the age of the people were, because they're coming in through the door. Your staff's just not going to write down all that. It's great to have that, but we know that we're missing that target group based upon discussions with the staff.
So understood that you don't have kind of that information. However, I think I would like to see in a consideration for design, maybe expanding kind of that rough area that you were talking about. From personal experience, I don't have the facts to back it up, but while there, right, I do see kind of more between 16, 17 or more kind of the high school age, right? You can't drive, so you can walk or bike.
Yep.
So considerations for designs, maybe to kind of expand that rough housing area, or that rough play area.
Expansions
Thank
that. Yep. That's something we can consider. Thank you.
We got to give everyone else an opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Connor Mathis. I live at 31 Imperial Ave. And my question is the $3.3 to $3.5 million estimate for the new pool design. I was curious if there was an estimate for how much the splash pad installation would cost, assuming that happens. And would splash pad installation happen in the off season of the pool, or would that happen during use the summer months?
So the first question that you had asked, when I was focusing on this meeting, I wasn't necessarily, I don't have that number at hand, but what we can do is when the emails come in, we can furnish that number. And the intent, if that is constructed, it could be done in a couple different ways. If we pursue to add that additional element to the pool, it can be installed at any time. So you could even have the pool in use and have that construction, because they are two mutually different areas.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I'd like to answer one question. You had asked about splash pads.
Yes.
We put the first one in the history of the city in this year.
Yeah.
Behind Bain.
Yep.
The cost of that was full construction was $350,000.
Okay.
We're talking about, if we want to go in that direction, if there's a demand for it, it would be probably less than that, because we'll already have the infrastructure.
Cool. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
James Merrill, 105 Concord Ave. He stole one of my questions. Although I did wonder, do you have the cost of, operation for a splash pad? Is that, yearly cost?
Yeah, based on what we did this year, the first time we tried it, we had 2 people working over there. They would rotate. And then basically they're supervisors. You don't need lifeguards. The recreation director spent a lot of time over there making sure that the pump systems worked properly. And They're actually there this week, putting the fencing around it, doing the finishing work.
Yeah,
And-
I have read a lot of communities have had issues with kids getting sick at splash pads, needing ultraviolet filtration of the water, lawsuits.
So I can kind of touch base on that. So to continue on with what the mayor said, historically in the aquatic industry, splash pads do cost less to operate because you don't have as many staff members there. You have less water that you have to treat. You have a smaller filtration system. You don't have deep bodies of water. You don't have to winterize. You do have to winterize, but it's not as invasive as a regular pool. To comment on the health issues regarding a splash pad, there are health issues, yes. But what we do is they're safeguarded with UV. So the state of Rhode Island is a model aquatic health code, and they're one of the first ones in the nation to actually adopt that. And it's a very evolved code. It pretty much blends all the codes around the state, around the country into one code. And it was developed by a bunch of aquatic engineers that have experienced this. So one of the requirements is to have ultraviolet light on a splash pad, which safeguards. So basically when the water is brought to the pad, it runs through that and it kills 99.999% of any pathogens, including cryptosporidium, which is a chlorine resistant thing. So those are the safeguards that we typically put. And at the splash pad that they have currently, they have that as well.
Okay. And then one other question, the tank that's needed for the backwash, is it called?
Yep.
Is that also being figured into the cost of the new pool?
That's part of the, yes, that's part of
So
the
it's
infrastructure.
needed whether we keep the pool or get a new one?
It's needed regardless, but with the newer pool, the brand new pool, it's a smaller tank
Okay,
because you have less backwash, because you have less filtration system.
okay. And how did that go on for so long? Mr. Mayor? How is that operating that way? I'm just asking because you've been a member of the town council and
Mhm.
you're mayor now. I'm
Well,
just wondering, was it Fung, was it Mayor Fung that
Mhm.
allowed that?
I
Because
can,
my kid did go to that pool and that's kind of gross.
oh, I would agree with you,
Okay,
but again, it has to meet state standards to the health department.
no,
One of the initial concerns I had was, are we putting the proper chemicals into a pool that's constantly being filled up with water? That was one of my original concerns as to why we shouldn't open it and we should do more investigation before we go in that direction.
okay. One last thing, you said
Thank you.
next,
We're
time's
at
up.
a time
one
limit.
more
We've
question.
got-
You said
Your
next
time is
year
up, sir.
we've
you
got
wanted to
5
have a pool. Where was that attitude 4 years ago?
4 years ago, sir, I was not in office. And 3 years ago, we were dealing with a worldwide pandemic called COVID.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Alan Reyes. I live at 10 Chestnut Avenue. So my real question is, we saw some of those models, and at the current property, there really isn't much tree coverage. Right now, there's maybe like 5 little trees on the side of the pool. And then in some of those models as well, we saw that there's gonna be pergolas. But like, let's be honest, pergolas don't really provide any real shade or protection from the sun.
Excuse me for 1 minute. Could you just step back a little bit when you're talking into the microphone? Thank
Yeah,
you.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Can you still hear me?
Better.
All right, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so my question is, what is the real plan to provide additional tree coverage? If there is one, is the only shade that's gonna be provided going to be the pergolas or the little bit of the awning over the pool? And then my second question would be, is there any other plans to reduce the size of the parking lot to accommodate any like the splash pad or anything? Because right now when you go there, it's just like standing in the middle of a concrete island. So that seems to be like kind of a concern of mine, for example. And then as well, I know that you guys mentioned that there is some regulations when it comes to the splash pad. But for example, the city of Central Falls recently installed one at Veterans Park Memorial. And when you go there, for example, like it doesn't constantly work. It's not on all the time. I do a lot of community outreach and especially in that area. And sometimes you'll have kids standing there waiting for the splash pad to turn on for upwards of an hour. So I'm wondering if there's plans to take that into consideration and to provide shade for the splash pad as well.
So
Thank you.
to answer your second question, in the aquatic industry, there's two types of splash pads. One is a recirculation system and two is a spray to drain. What you would just described is likely a spray to drain. So they're just taking drinking water, spraying it up and then putting it to the drain and it's going to waste. That's why you see the alternating. In this case, we would be recirculating the system, which is a more green and effective way of treating the water. Secondly, the shade, that is one of our tasks. So it may not have been represented here, but it's something that we're considering.
Great. Can I ask one last question?
I got 5 people in back of you. It's not fair to them. We asked for 2 minutes, but thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
My name is Sandy Pliskin, Sanford Pliskin. I live at 314 Magnolia Street. I'm new to town. I've lived here less than a year. And I've been wanting to find out about this community that I live in. And one of the first things that I got to do is I discovered that my city councilor was somebody who I knew from other public advocacy in the past. So I went to some of the community meetings that were occurring there. And so a year ago, I was hearing from people that they were trying to get to meet with the mayor and the planning offices and were making repeated requests and weren't able to do that. Now I'm hearing that there's this this plan. I'm wondering a bunch of things. I'm wondering if there's evidence that there is violation of Rhode Island Department of Health and the VGBA violations. When was that known, and when was that released to the public? And if it wasn't released until just now and it was previously known, why was that the case? That's one question I have. Let's see. Basically, I want to know what the process is going to be from here now that this proposal has been made. Because obviously, most of us here in the audience are not schooled in pools and the science involved in that. And so I want to know whether, now that this is out, whether there'll be chance for further public scrutiny of it, what the process will be. And also, why wasn't this released to us before this meeting so we could look it over and think about it and study up on it beforehand?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So to comment on the non-compliance that we encountered at the pool, I hate to say it, it's pretty common that we encounter these things in this industry. You're dealing with facilities that were built prior to codes even developing. You know, you're talking 1938, they didn't have a building code in the state of Rhode Island. They didn't have pool code till the 70s. And some of the practices that they did just kind of show what we used to do to the environment back then. And it's really not found until you do an audit or you're at this point in this junction to be able to do this work that you uncover these non-compliance items. And in my industry, we see it all the time. It's an unfortunate thing, but it is.
Thank you. Next.
In terms of the process going forward, is that your question? Yeah. I'd be more than happy to work with the city council to find out, based on the information that's been provided tonight, after all the research that we've done, in the opinion of the professionals that have spoken tonight. I'm wondering if the council has a change of heart in terms of whether we should fix it or whether we should move in a new direction. So I'm still open to that discussion.
Thank you. Next. Excuse me. We've got 6 people waiting. You had You had your opportunity, sir. We got 6 people waiting. If we have time at the end of the night, I'll invite you back. But right now, we haven't, go to the next speaker. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You can answer his questions first. That's fine.
We spoke to the process. The mayor spoke to the process. That was part of his question. We go to the next question. Thank you.
My name is Jason Molino, 96 Shirley Boulevard. The pool's been closed for 4 years. Each year, there's money put aside to the running of the pool. Where's that money been?
Sir, the pool was closed before I became the mayor.
I understand that, sir, but 4 years, they should have money put aside each year for the possible reopening of the pool. Where are those funds?
For the possible reopening, for 2 years, we dealt with COVID. There
Yes,
was
sir, I
no
understand.
laws that allowed us to even think of opening it.
Sir, each month,
Please, one speaker at a time. Thank you.
I'm sure each of us within our budget each month put aside money for our various bills. Well, we had bills for that pool. Was that money spent on other things?
Well, keep in mind, sir, that we didn't have a finance director for a long period of time. And then we did bring it in finally. It was approved. My chief of staff is also a CPA, and I have asked him those similar questions that you're asking. And if you'd like, I'll ask him to answer some of those.
Great.
Yeah, sure. When preparing any budget, the money just was not budgeted, hence the money was never taken from the taxpayers, never assessed on people's properties. So the answer is the savings is in the taxpayers' pockets at this point.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Shelton. I live at 1921 Broad Street in Cranston. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. To follow up to this, to again ask his question, he was wondering why the slideshow presentation wasn't shared before the meeting. If that could be answered, that'd be good. I think, we saw presentations this evening of the current conditions of the pool, and I think, obviously after 4 years of not being used, it's fallen into disrepair. Even before in 2019, it needed work. I think there's no question at all. You'll not hear any. There's no debate about that the pool needs to be repaired. It's just in what fashion, and I think. Even listening, this evening to go from a 22,000 square foot pool, this beautiful 22,000 square foot pool to a 7,000 square foot pool. In my opinion, I'm just respectfully don't think it's a very good plan. And I think, especially for someone who values history, again, respectfully, I just find it very ironic that we keep on referring to this pool that was built during the FDR administration, while speaking in a beautifully renovated auditorium that was built in the Coolidge administration. And I just think that it's just, I think it can be done. There's a way to repair the pool. And finally, I was under the impression that the Federal Hill Group, which was, I know you, Mary, you spoke about speaking to all these different experts, and I would really appreciate it as a citizen of Cranston if you would be willing to publish those findings of those different groups. This is one that we're hearing from this evening, but perhaps maybe post online the different proposals from the different groups, because I was under the impression that the Federal Hill Group came up with a plan that would be cheaper to repair the pool in its current state versus repairing it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, hi, good evening. My name is Marilyn DeCesare DeVos. I live at 67 Deerfield Road. And so much of what I've heard tonight has made the perfect the enemy of the good. The good being having the facility operational. Now, I was one of those numbers any year you mentioned and from the 90s. But I grew up in this city. So from 8 years old, any year that pool was open, and I've lived all over the world. Anytime I was in Cranston in the summer, if it was open, I was there every day that it was open. That's what's lost in all of this. Now, I have a couple of articles here. I'd love to leave them in case people haven't seen them. From the New York Times, why we need more public pools. And they speak, as you might expect, to climate change. They also speak to racism, because the trend isn't towards smaller pools, it's toward larger pools, incorporating even entire rivers and lakes for municipal use. And being there, I know who used the pool. It was truly a cross-section of this city. And a lot of people can't get to the beach and have no access to private pools. And it's very unfortunate that's been lost. My question has to do with parking. Whether the facility shrinks by 2/3, a number of 500 people a day speaks to a huge imposition on that section of town. And there isn't room unless you get rid of the basketball half courts and maybe the baseball field to park. I mean, where are 500 people going to park?
Thank you. Let's see if we can get an answer to that
That's it.
question.
Can I leave these with the city
Please.
clerk? There are a couple of great.
Ma'am, I also have a similar article from the New York Times that asks why we need more public pools. And it addresses some of your concerns. And I have read this, especially when it comes to racism and segregation. And yeah, I've touched on all of that and I've read all of that. Thank you. Thank you.
So a publication, if you wanted to take a look at it, is Aquatic International. It's actually a free magazine, and it's put out by aquatic engineers and aquatic consultants that primarily work with that. And that's a really good guide too, if you want to see like the current trends.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jose Nunez, 151 Payne Avenue, Cranston. So today it was presented that the estimate to repair the pool as it stands is 5 million. I just want to know, has there been a second evaluation done by an independent company to just state that that's correct value?
Weston and Sampson, I think, spoke to their credentials and spoke to their impeccable reputation throughout the community and throughout Northeast. That's why we engaged Mark to take a look at the pool and make that recommendation to us.
So to kind of evaluate on that, Weston and Sampson also has a division that builds pools. So we're able to get the actual market value of those repairs in current standards. One thing that people always look at this and they say, well, why is it so expensive? You know, there's prevailing wage rates in the state of Rhode Island. There's bonds. There's a whole bunch of other things that are accommodating with a public project.
Thank you.
How you doing, folks? Rick Naraki, 59 Bryant Road, Cranston. So we got 2 minutes and I got a lot, kind of thoughts on my head. So 4 years been closed. My son, myself, use that pool almost every day. And now it's been closed. You cite COVID in 2021. I can almost promise you that's not really a legitimate reason why it was closed in the summer. We were vaccinated. Everyone came, anyone who wanted one was vaccinated by that time. So 2020, full blown panic. we're not using the pool. Got it. But that's not the case in 2021. So sorry, Mayor. I disagree with you on that.
Sir, those are state mandates that were
Okay.
passed down to the cities.
Okay. So moving on. If I wanted a new pool and I wanted that closed, I would have followed this blueprint exactly. Keep it in disrepair for 2 years and then come with this plan. All right. That's exactly what I would have done. Let it fall apart and come down and say, this is what we got to do. It's all about dollars and cents. How you want to spend your Parks and Rec money. I got it. There's a lot of things that can be spent on, but this is where it's going. You got $5 million, you got a $3.5 million plan. I got it. Million five. You got there's got to be some compromise here from the town council and from you. You know, the plan looks at it. You're missing a diving area for the kids. There's nowhere for these kids to jump into the pool head first. You got a lap lane, you're accommodating those people that want to swim, but you know, you got a 16-year-old that's going to what? Jump in feet first all the time? Is one kid's going to jump in that pool at 6 feet and break their neck. And then where you going to be? You don't even and forget about the splash pads. Those are the like, that doesn't even teach a life skill of swimming. You got kids splashing around. I used to live on Fox Point and over by Gregorian Elementary School. Splash pad sat vacant. I was over at dropping my son off at Bain for his music, for the band here. All right. That thing, during band camp at the end of August, saw 3-year-olds running around in it, about 4 of them. All right. Waste of money.
Coach,
So-
you got a question we can ask so that we can.
No,
move
I'm
forward?
just making my public comment.
Okay, your 2 minutes are up. then.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach.
How you doing? Dave Desano, 18 Gray Avenue, Cranston. I've been in the city for 30 years. My wife's a lifelong resident. My children grew up in the city. They have their own children now. I just want to say, Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your years of dedicated service. I'm a fan of yours, but I don't think it's right how you didn't include the city and council in your plans. You just kind of dropped everything on them and it's either my way or the highway. I think there's got to be more of a partnership between you and the council. But other than that, there's a lot of things going on in the city. I need a little help. I think you are doing a good job. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good evening, Tony Liberatore, 18 Bank Street. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. The mayor brought up a point about 7-foot depth of water in the pool. How is that possible? Everything is in and out. So if the pool, according to this gentleman's report, is losing 20 gallons per minute, 92,000 gallons at $3.22 a gallon back in 2019, the city would have owed Providence Water $6 million. May I ask a question?
Yes, please ask a
The
question.
gentleman, I don't know his name. When you formulated that approximately 20 gallons per minute being leaked out of the pool?
Yep.
Did you run any numbers at all on what it would cost the city losing that amount of water per minute?
We didn't evaluate the financial aspect because we typically don't. We look at what the actual evidence is of what you're leaking. Now, 20 gallons a minute is based upon the hose that was found there, right? On average, that's actually low. At a 2-inch hose rate, you're going to get about 60 gallons a minute. So that's turning it on and off throughout the day.
What do you mean, turning it on and off?
So they likely turn it on, off, at a valve. The water, they see the water drop below the gutter. Now, when you've been to the pool, right?
Yes.
When you were when you saw the pool in operation, where was the water level? at the lip of the gutter,
Well,
right?
the water level, the skimmers are on the side of the trough.
Yes.
We have a black magic marker that the water is not to go below that level.
Correct.
So the pool is open from 12 noon to 6 p.m. every day of operation.
Mhm.
Never once, ever did we add water to that pool during those 6 hours. Never allowed. That hose you see going in the pool in that photo, that was left there probably in the fall of 2020. It's not fulfilling the pool other than closure time. At 6:30 p.m., we make sure when the water is settled, where we are at the skimmer, we bring it up to that level and shut it off.
So in the current conditions that I saw it in, and when we use the surveyor to shoot the top perimeter of the gutter, so when you have that gutter, the water has to overspill that edge around the perimeter. The pool wasn't level, so you have to put a certain amount of water to be able to get that in there. That's item number one. Now, addressing the water loss, what I heard from the staff is it was necessary to operate that water to keep the water full, to keep the pool full, to keep the water spilling over that edge when they were in operation.
Never. And there are, Mike Igo Jr. ran the place for me for 3 years. Matt Malo, the son of Rob Malo from Cranston West, he ran it for me for 3 years. Kirsten Hopkins worked in the pool house as my supervisor for 3 years. Any one of those individuals, reliable people in this city, will tell you we never, ever put water in that pool during operations.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
That was it.
You had 2 minutes.
Actually,
Yeah.
Mr. DeJesus, given that Tony Liberatore, the former Parks and Rec director, was previously specifically cited in the presentation, I think it's in all due fairness to him to give him an additional time to address what was stated earlier.
So
And if I may, and he has a knowledge and expertise particularly poignant to the subject, rather than relying on what you were told, he was the actual director in the years leading up to the operation of the pool where it was then closed. So as council president, I'm going to allow Mr. Liberatore to continue until I say, Mr. Liberatore, I think you can.
Thank you. I'll make it short.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So to kind of continue on what we were just talking about, it is standard in the industry to fill throughout the day. Yeah, a pool, right? You're gonna have evaporation, you're gonna have play that carries water out of the pool. It is a code requirement to be able to be skimming at 100% of the time. The hose was required to keep that skimming. You know, there may have been water carried out during evaporation, but when you have evaporation, you're only looking at 1/4 of an inch per day.
Keep in mind, that pool circulates fully once every 6 hours, full circulation. If that water level goes below that mark, which it never has, that's why I understand this leakage thing.
I don't believe your pool circulated every 6 hours because it's impossible based upon the equipment that you have there.
Listen, I didn't come up with that number.
No, I know. In you know, you and I were involved. I would be able to, we would be able to talk, but that's what I'm saying is that we don't have that turnover rate because we didn't, the equipment that I reviewed doesn't, it's impossible to do it. You can only get a certain amount of flow out of a 40 horsepower pump. You can only put a certain amount of water through a 10-inch pipe.
Mayor Hopkins put up the water bills.
Yep.
With all the numbers we throw out about Bud Long Pool and the leakage and how much it cost us, I think it would surprise everybody if they pulled the records from 2019, our last year of operation. May to June, we paid $5,400 for water. June to July, we paid $4,400 for the month. July to closing in August, we paid $4,500 a month. You take those numbers and divide them by $3.22, the water rate at that time, we averaged 1,400 gallons a month. That's backwashing out of an 18-inch or whatever pipe it is into the river, which should be noted, with DEM's approval, so long as the chlorine level in that water being backwashed is at 0. That's why we only backwashed first thing in the morning, added no chemicals overnight.
That is an issue in operation, though. You need to continuously have residual in the pool under current code, under the current model aquatic health code. You need to always carry a residual of 1 to 3 parts per million in the pool at any time. The reason you do that is, I had mentioned before, Cryptosporidium. Cryptosporidium is a protozoa that it's a really, really hard thing for chlorine to kill. It almost takes 10 days for that chlorine to kill it. I haven't seen anything in the filtration system that led me to believe that there was dechlorination occurring prior to discharge. There wasn't any sodium bisulfate in there. There was no pumps. I mean, when you use the pool water to discharge, in a combination of having if you maintain the pool without residual and you're not turning the pool over in a 6-hour period, that means we're not providing the residual that the city and the state require. It's like I said, it's not an ideal situation to be in to operate. And to be honest with you, I mean, you had a system you had to deal with, right? It's not that you had millions of dollars to come in and renovate that per year. You had to deal with what you had to deal with, right? But what I'm saying to you is it's not compliant and it's not ideal. But to go back to your numbers, I think there's a number here that might be missing. Usually water bills are evaluated per 1,000 gallons.
Say that again.
So like is that correct? It's like cubic feet or something. So there is a conversion factor that might be different here. But so historically, when I look at pools and I see how much they're spending on water or how much some facilities don't monitor it because they have their own water system. So it's, they're going to bill each other, then they don't do that. Annually, when I look at pools of certain size, they're probably spending only about $3,000 a year, a total per season on water. That's what leads me to believe that you have a substantial.
And you're aware, of course, that Rhode Island Providence Water has the highest water per gallon in the country. So that's,
100 cubic feet. Yeah, per 100 cubic feet. Yeah, 330 per 100 cubic feet. So a gallon is 1 gallon. So 1 cubic foot is approximately 7.5 gallons. So I mean, we could do some backwards math,
Per gallon is 380.
Yeah,
Per
yeah,
100
it's per 100 gallons.
So a few decimal points
No,
off.
pure per 100 cubic feet.
Cubic feet.
So that's 2,100 gallons, yeah.
Those numbers are per gallon.
Yeah.
listen, we can go back and forth on.
Yeah,
this,
no,
back
I
and
understand.
forth. But the thing about the leakage, that's what bothers me more than anything else. If we were in fact losing all that water, why is there still 7 feet of water in that pool? Let me just go a little bit further. Whether it's a concrete wall and platform or concrete with a liner. how is the water getting out of that pool at the rate that you say it is?
What I believe you're losing the water is through your piping and infrastructure system, through your main drain. Going through everything that you have. In any of these renovations, no one ever addressed the main drain piping, which is the piping at the bottom of the pool that connects it to the main drain, that then connects it to the filtration system. And when you see that rate of loss, that's likely where it is. You guys buy a liner, you put the liner in the pool. The city has a contract with the liner company, right? In that contract says you have to have 0 leaks when you turn that keys over to the
That's
city.
correct.
So, but when they inspect the liner, when they put the liner into service, when they commission the liner, they plug the main drains because they're looking at their specific work. They're not looking at the main drain work. I think that is one of the underlying causes that you have here. When you mention the water being in the pool, it's industry standard to have hydrostatic relief valves in the bottom of the pool. They're in the bottom of those main drains are little valves, and there's a spring in that valve. That valve, that spring is sized to be able to uplift when there's a differential of pressure. So when you drain that pool, you're going to see water coming in through the ground into that, so the pool doesn't lift up out of the ground.
Can I address that?
Sure.
I started to say cement wall or liner. The way you never empty a pool totally. Budlong pool. Because of the known factor of groundwater.
Yeah.
The reason we didn't empty the pool and left 5 feet of water, because the weight of the water in the pool pressured down onto the ground, the drains, keeps groundwater from rising.
Mhm.
Do you agree with that?
What you're stating is that the hydrostatic pressure in the pool closes the hydrostatic relief valve.
That is correct.
That is correct. Yeah.
So how do we continue to say that the water in that pool is groundwater when you got the weight of 5 feet of water in this enormous pool pushing down on that drain and the pressure caps?
So the images that you saw today, that's not a full pool, right?
No,
No.
That 7 foot marker
Correct.
naturally is near the 9 foot.
So at some point, that valve was open to a point to where it equalized with the groundwater. Now, you go back there at different points throughout the year, that water is going to be lower or it's going to be higher. And it's all based upon the groundwater, which indicates that you have to deal with groundwater at the site.
Excellent point. That's why I think in your report, you said there was an obstruction in the liner in the deep end.
Yeah.
Okay. That is 2 pieces of pipe coming from the apron down the wall behind the liner and up the wall at the middle of the deep end. Under the asphalt, goes into the pump house where there is a pump. When that valve lets go, however you want to term it, I'm not an engineer, that pump kicks on and puts the water out to the back of the building.
So that the system that you're talking about, can I ask why they would have put it in the pool?
Why?
It violates everything that you would normally have in a pool. You're creating an obstruction that someone can swim into underwater.
Those pipes are between the wall and the liner.
Correct.
They're
You're creating
one
that
inch-
large bubble.
That's correct. Now, I do believe it said that it could obstruct swimmers or something like that.
Nothing underwater. You can't have an obstruction underwater like that.
It's on the wall.
It's still a protrusion.
What about the ladders in the deep end?
Those,
They extend from the wall 8 inches. Those pipes extend 3 inches
what's the purpose of the pipe?
to pull the groundwater up out of the drain and out the back of the pump house.
Is it a life safety device?
No,
That's what a ladder is.
listen.
Hey,
I
we could-
put them in.
Minor point.
After that, forget it. Anyway, I probably take enough of your time, but I want to get one more thing that the mayor had mentioned. The head counts. Those were, your niece ran those per hour to keep how many people we got in, how many people have left, how many, you know. But that was basically what that was, every hour, every day. What else have I got before I? Thank you very much for your time.
Sir, it was a pleasure debating you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Need any help, give me a call, I'm unemployed.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Bill McElhenney. I live at 45 Pasture View Lane. My first comment is you got to hire that guy, sign him on for 20, 40 hours, pick his brain and go forward.
That's why we have them.
First, let me just say it's a pleasure to see this information, this level of detail, this thought. It's a shame we didn't see it a year ago. I think if we had seen it a year ago, we might have a pool next year. My question is, if we say go tomorrow on either one of these two options, when would the next time a kid would get wet? Simple question. My only question.
So one of the things that we're obviously the mayor had asked us to really streamline the engineering on this project. In an ideal world, we'd like to have bidding documents available for October and for them to be working on it to hopefully try to get a season next year.
So next Memorial Day.
It wouldn't be, I think it would be sometime next summer. Even if it's 4 weeks, it is a lot of uncertainty, right? You know, we don't know what the winter is going to bring. You know, if we have a nice mild winter, they can continue to work through and that shortens the winter.
Yeah.
If we have a hard winter, which unfortunately we maybe do, it may prolong that. There's certain things that are out of our control in that case.
So best case, maybe August. That's if we say go tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think, again, tonight's meeting has been a great starting point for some further discussion. Ain't nobody saying go tomorrow. So unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna have a pool next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Diane Lewis. I live at 183 Park Avenue in Cranston. And I've been a resident since 1986. And I've utilized the pool since my daughter was born in 1994. Every chance we could get. I've looked at your proposal tonight and I still really hate to lose Bud Long Pool in its current size. It's like from my experience, when we went and we used the pool, as you're looking at from the back of the pool towards the pool house, there was some type of a shade structure on the left-hand side. Those were the desirable chairs. And no matter what time we went, and usually for me, I work full-time, so it was always late afternoon. So it was always full. Those were, you know, the preferred seating. But the way the pool it broke out is the shallow end, you would have kids like 2 to 10, and you'd have some swimming lanes in the middle for the adults, and the teenagers congregated at the end, diving into the 10, 9-foot, however you had it. It's like the picture that you have with the teens kind of in the middle, it kind of looks like they're going to get short shrift and it's not going to work for them the way they like to play. And I really think I'd just rather see you fix Bud Long Pool and let us keep what we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks so much. For the record, Barbara Ann Fenton Fung. I'm one of the state representatives here for Cranston. And I think people think they know what I'm going to say, and it will probably surprise you. I'm actually really proud that you all finally got together in one spot. Okay, this has been years coming. And really the reason why we're all here tonight, and this has become such a contested issue, isn't so much about the technical aspects of the pool. I think you guys are all really smart. I think you'll figure that out. I think we'll incorporate everybody's ideas. What's really the reason why this meeting had to be here tonight is because these neighbors never felt listened to. For 3 years, they didn't have a voice. And the frustration built up over weeks, over months. What's really going on? The process here has been absolutely ugly. And I think everybody on this stage inside their heads can admit to that tonight. This meeting should have happened, honestly, 2 years ago. And I'm going to say once for the record, last week's interactions at the city council meeting, those were probably some of the worst looks for Cranston in the past year. And this has been a pretty ugly year for Cranston. And the interactions between the director and especially the council president, I hope you two actually got in a room and settled your differences after, because that was a really difficult thing for all of us to watch here as elected officials. In 2020, the Budlong pool was not closed because of an infrastructure issue. Okay, state guidelines during COVID said you had to keep the kids 6 feet apart. Try to keep any 5-year-olds 6 feet apart in a pool. It was never going to happen. And that's the reason why it was closed then. It was the DOH regulations. Mayor, when you finally came into office in 2021, there was apparently now a plan to make repairs. For whatever reason, that didn't actually happen. That's your decision. The fact that it was hidden from people is what's absolutely eroding the trust that you had when you entered office. Hiding things makes people assume the worst. And I don't know why you chose that path, but you did. When you're actually listening, what you're here in the room is now that lack of trust. I bet a lot of people tonight like the plan, but they don't trust that this is going to go forward in the way it is, on time and on budget. You made a comment earlier, Mayor, that politicians give people what they want. Politicians actually blame others and move a lot of paper around, okay? And we've all seen that process data at every single level. And we've seen that a lot on this issue. Leaders actually fix problems. Leaders create a vision, listen to all types of feedback, good and bad, and then execute on that vision when adjustments are made. There were times when my husband, when he was mayor, would put forth a vision and he thought it was the greatest plan in the world. Guess what? A couple of those sunk and they made adjustments. We fixed it. We didn't go down a path just to open something in a year that nobody wanted. I'll be quick. I know it's almost 2 minutes, Director. Thank you for trying to shut me up again. Leaders do not threaten to throw somebody out of a public meeting just because they're against him. And leaders would have never let it get this far. It's been 3 years. And Mr. Mayor, your statement earlier about this has been a stressful last month for you is rather amusing. And you met with the council president last week. It's been 3 years. Your slogan back in 2020, and we heard it a lot, was I'm going to be Alan Fung 2.0. Alan Fung, A++, you can go back to all the debates. Alan watched every penny in this town. He engaged with the council, he made adjustments, and he treated everybody with respect. He would have never let his director of administration speak to a council president the way that Mr. Moretti did last week. Alan, this administration takes no resemblance to him. I actually have a question, but oh, don't worry.
We're at
Council
4
President,
minutes. Council
I think we've
President.
gone beyond the 2 minutes and some of the comments coming towards me are not about the pool. These are personal vendetta comments.
No, this is about your lack of leadership on this issue. But thank you
Please,
for trying to.
please stay to the subject.
The president knows how to
Excuse me.
We are now at 4
Madam
minutes.
President, we need to stay to the subject matter, please.
Excuse me. In the air of transparency, Representative Fung has gone beyond her 2 minutes. However, I trust you will wrap this up within
Very
the
quickly.
next 60 seconds out of
Absolutely.
respect and transparency. And we're all adults here and you will have an opportunity to respond to her comments. This is what government does.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. And this is actually the last bit of it. I actually do have a question and it's rhetorical. I'll be honest. Can everyone up here admit that they're just a little bit wrong on this issue and that everybody is just a little bit at fault? Because Once we get past that and we get past the political differences, we can actually look and judge a plan on its merits, make adjustments when we need to, and make sure that the kids are not stuck another 90-degree day next year without a pool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
I'll be very brief. My name is Pauline DeRosa. I live at 97 Cypress Drive, and I am the founder of the the Garden City Alliance. I only have a couple of questions. One is about the cost comparison, existing versus new. Those two figures, 5 million and $3.5 million. Do they include the pool house as well?
Yes, that would be the entire project.
Okay. Also, the summer camp has not been able to use the pool in the last 4 years. Has anyone consulted the employees there to find out if the smaller pool would meet the needs of their programs?
And based on the numbers we have, yes.
They have been consulted?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, they've been working with us throughout this project.
very good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Dana Holmgren, 161 Ferncrest Avenue. There's a number of process issues that have come up this evening that others have dealt with and that have a lot more experience with. The one piece of the process that I want to address is that when the mayor threatened to throw somebody out of this meeting because he didn't like their facial expression, I would like to register my displeasure with that part of this process. But as far as I know, facial expression is not a crime or a breach of law.
Excuse me, ma'am, but there were comments coming from that person as well, not just facial expressions.
Free speech is a thing. That's what I've heard. The plans are lovely. The drawings are really impressive. I'm a proponent of keeping a large pool. It appears, though we can't know this because previous plans haven't been shared, that there's been an evolution in the plans. If in fact that's the case, that's a great thing. The bigger the pool is, the better it is for the community, the more people it can serve in the community. I wish you all could have heard the passionate testimony of residents at prior meetings, how much the pool being large, how much it's meant to them. But the structure of this particular meeting doesn't really lend itself to that. But others have spoken really passionately about the need for teenagers in particular to have safe outlets for their energy. And I think the pool being deeper really speaks to that, and the pool being larger really addresses those needs as well, as another gentleman also mentioned. The proponents of a larger pool are all about ADA access. We're all about the pool being family friendly. And in fact, as residents and taxpayers, we're in favor of a 40-year lifespan of whatever pool and water facility goes in that place. I don't want to cast any aspersions because I have no personal knowledge on this subject, but I hope you all can understand resident skepticism when the same party that is in a position to financially gain from making a new pool is also the one who's providing the estimate that we're using to repair the current pool. So I hope you can understand the skepticism and not take it personally. My question is, why can't we, Cranston, the second largest city in the state, have our cake and eat it too? Why can't we have a large, safe pool that's going to last for 40 years? Thank you.
Thank you.
So if we were to completely replace that pool, we actually ran the numbers on this. It's around 9 million to replace everything there. Actually, that doesn't include the bathhouse. It's in addition to the bathhouse. Oh, okay. So we actually ran the mayor had asked, he said, if we were to replace, completely put a new pool in of that size, would be around 9 million right now. That's just including, well, it included an addition to the bathhouse. Because we would need to put the addition on to accommodate for the additional patrons.
Thank you. Next question.
Marcia Fowler, 35 Milton Ave. The first part is for the council. The second part is for the admin. I would like to thank the two ladies whose names were stated in the mayor's PowerPoint. They started the petition about saving Budlong and helped bring the city together on a topic so many of us are passionate about. My concern is that teens are going to be left out of this plan. This small pool eliminates jobs for older teens, and it does not provide a safe place for the older teens to socialize. And my question for the admin is the price of the demolition also included in your quote?
Yep, demolition's included in that quote.
Okay.
As far as the square footage, the area that you'd be looking at, you know, an older population, not an older population, I'm talking like 10 years and older, is probably about 5,000 square feet of pool area, which accommodates roughly 300 plus 250 to 300 people. I mean, that exceeds what they were looking at for current daily attendance right now. I mean, based upon the current design, you know, there are many points that are brought forth tonight. You know, teen area has been identified 3 or 4 times, so it is something that we need to consider, and we'll take back to the team. And that's why we have these forums. It's to get the feedback that you presented. And I appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. And I appreciate you listening tonight, but as has been stated, if this had been brought to our attention a year ago, at this point, we would be finalizing plans, not just bringing plans to the public for the very first time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Alice Patron, 24 Bretton Woods Drive in Cranston. I just want to first say to the mayor, no one is here to disparage you. We all feel as though we've been left in the dark. Not just the people sitting here, but the council, and it's disrespectful. So I think that's where some of this comes from. It's not personal, okay? We're all here to fix the pool, okay? So that being said, I bring 44 years of real estate experience to this podium. I look at the pipes inside that building. I can't tell you how many structures of that age I've looked at. I own a house built in 1940 with steam pipes wrapped with asbestos. The previous house I owned on Norfolk Street was built in 1909 with the same kind of system. When I look at those pictures, I ask myself, how long has it been since anybody did anything to take care of those pipes? Now, when you have a building that's empty, you need to provide either you drain the system and put antifreeze in that system. You do something. Where was that in a budget? You just don't close a building and leave it to rot. That's not in the best interest of the city, the taxpayers, anyone. Now, I'm not convinced at all that this is going to get done for 3 or 3.5 million, and that's 5 million the other way. I think this will end up costing more than 3 or 3.5 million. And I think the fear of people here is that that's exactly what will happen. And then what we will end up with is a smaller pool for the same amount of money as if we fix the big one. So I think you really need to listen to the desires of the people. And your little picture of the 1938 car and the brand new car, brand new isn't always better. So I'm going to ask you, why wasn't that building maintained? Have we had a flow test on that pool? You talk about leakage. And my other question, I'd be more than happy to pick up the phone and call my contact at Providence Water and get a printout that I can put online that everyone can see for what that pool consumed in the last 15 years. Because we sure as hell couldn't see that today. Yeah, I could see. This is the problem. Lack of being able to see anything. And we see a lot of Mr. Moretti, Mr. Mayor, but we don't see you. You're the man. Come to the meeting and take our questions. You limit us to 2 minutes here, we get 4 minutes at the council. You're here because you have to be here, because it's politically expedient. And that's all I have to say.
Next speaker, please.
Excuse me, I'd like to address some of those concerns. Ma'am, if you come back to the podium, I wouldn't mind answering some of those questions, those concerns, if you don't mind. First of all, administrations typically do not have a mayor that goes to those council meetings. It's the city council's floor. I send my team there, my representative, my chief of staff, but I watch every single meeting on Zoom, and I answer the questions when they're asked through my administrative team. So I watched what went on last week at that meeting. I watched it 3 times, as a matter of fact. So to say that I wasn't there, I was there and I was listening and I was watching. Also, this is the first time that this issue about a pool has been addressed in over 50 years. Wouldn't it have been easy for me to just kick the can down the road, throw a patch on it, open it up, and we'd be back here again down the road? I took the difficult stand to say, hey, wait a minute, that pool is broken. I've brought in the best experts that I can find to tell us what's wrong with it. My question is, how do we fix it? Do we put another Band-Aid on it, or do we make it so good that it can last for the next 50 years? That's the approach that I've taken on this.
Okay, and I respect that. Okay, however, you send Mr. Moretti to every one of those meetings.
That's his job.
Let me finish. I let you speak. You asked me back. Be courteous. Don't be disparaging. Mr. Moretti comes with the same stock answers, and none of our questions get answered. So if you're listening, why don't you send him back with the answers? Just give us the answers. That's all we ask for. I'm sorry, Anthony.
No, that's fine. But during public comment, it's not a point that the administration can speak back and answer the questions. It's a one-way street. This is a unique situation with this dialogue. That's why there's no immediate feedback.
Well,
We just have to, it's the procedure. We have to just follow that.
This
That's
is a
why.
unique situation because you attempted to keep this information from the council for so long, and you set this meeting and they insisted to be part of it. Okay, people want the information.
Yeah, just to give some perspective, they were hired, well, with the Secosha, Weston, and Sampson were hired. I can't, don't hold me to it, but 2-3 months ago, give or take. This is the first opportunity. They're doing engineering plans to be able to go out to bid. The direction that the mayor gave was twofold. One, examine the existing pool to see if it's doable, if it can be redone. And then also in parallel path to come up with the design for new pool to try to expedite this to get the pool open as best we can for next year. So, but this is the first time we finally had these experts in aquatic engineering, hired them to do this because the council had to approve those funds too. So it was a, and that was part of it. So this is the opportunity. We just can't go out and hire these people because there is money involved. And so what happened was a couple of weeks ago, they came forward with the report that was shared publicly. So as soon as we get that report, we scheduled this meeting. So as soon as the report came in to be able to share it, within 48 hours, we were scheduling a public meeting. So just want to say that's why this is the first opportunity we're able to present this evening.
My understanding of that was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that a petition was presented to your office, to the mayor and the mayor's office. And then all of a sudden there was a plan.
All of a sudden, what?
All of a sudden there was a plan. Excuse me, there was a plan, okay? I don't know how that plan got there right away, all of a sudden, and yet still from that point that petition was delivered, the plan was not shared. It wasn't shared with the council. You said, this is a mayoral and a city council government work together. You need to work with them. You need to show them the plan.
Approximately 2 weeks ago, within maybe 24 to 48 hours, I personally emailed the council their report. So
Was it this report?
No, this is a presentation that's been prepared over the last week or so. But the engineer report that came in from Weston and Sampson, it was within 48 hours, maybe 24 hours, shared with the city council. So I think there's some misperceptions. I'm glad to have the opportunity to clarify.
Was the same information in what you gave to the council, was that in this format that you gave that to them or not?
No.
It didn't entail the same things.
No, this is the first time the mayor is seeing the presentation by Weston Sampson at the same time the city council and this audience is seeing it.
Okay.
Can we,
Can I just make one observation? Because
30 seconds, 30
30
seconds.
seconds. That nice young man in the yellow shirt, I think it's yellow from this distance. What color is your shirt? It looks yellow.
Peach.
Peach, okay, my favorite color. Anyway, I think you might do well to engage Mr. Liberatore and talk to him because he knows that pool better than anybody else.
Sure. Yeah.
And maybe before you make a decision, you should speak to him because he has, maybe we'd be able to do what everyone wants here if you could take some of his information and incorporate it with you.
Thank you very much.
So
Next speaker.
One thing I just wanted to touch base on was that $5 million number extends the life for 10 years. So in 10 years, we may be in the same situation again. And obviously he has a wealth of knowledge and I welcome that. But that's one thing that we need to
But what he
understand.
seems to have a wealth of knowledge about is this particular pool.
So doesn't
and
the gentleman,
idiosyncrasies.
so doesn't the gentleman that's about to speak, Mr. Fontaine?
Oh, you leave him always for the end, I swear. Oh, no. You go ahead and you say all the things that-
Excuse me, before Mr. Fontaine speaks, I would like to make a point. Excuse me, I would like to make a point in terms of, Mr. Liberatore did his job, to the best of his knowledge to keep that pool running, and I commend him for that. But at the same time,
Mr. Fontaine?
I want to thank the young lady for letting me go, so I wouldn't be the last person, but I had to follow up on the comment of the pool. I apologize for being here late. I am also serve as the swim coach at Rhode Island College, and that's where I was just now. And I know that some people, a lot of the times people look at what I'm about to say as not favorable as to what their ideas are. Like their ideas, these are my ideas. As I said once before in two other meetings, back in 1998, Mr. DeJesus, who was the recreation director for the city of Cranston, called me on a number of occasions because Mayor Trafficante wanted to reopen the pool because it was closed. That was 25 years ago. At the time, and I know people don't like to hear about it, that the current custom trends at the time called for renovating municipal pools at that time. However, there was a lot of work to be done. We couldn't do all the work that they wanted to get done. But Dennis, whenever he had a pool issue, he would call me. As to one point, he actually called me, he said, "What color do I paint the pool?" And Dennis will tell you, I said, "I'm gonna paint it white." And when I drove by Aqueduct Road one day, and I saw them filling the pool with the 8-inch line, and I saw the pool was painted blue, I said, "Dennis," I said, we need to paint that white."
Mayor Trafficante was a URI grad and he wanted a Keeney blue.
So he called me again. He said, "What color do you want me to paint that pool?" And I said, "White." So they did. Again, 1 million gallons of water at that time. So there were a number of occasions when Dennis would call me when I was serving as the pool director in North Providence and coaching at Providence College at that time. So long story short, okay, I looked at the plan that the mayor had proposed, and we had talked about this when he was running for mayor. He said, "What do I need to do?" I said, "I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Mayor O'Leary, Mayor Laffey, Mayor Napolitano, Mayor Fung. You need to get up with the times. The pool needs to change because there's nothing there that is attractive to the pool that other than the fact that it's a big pool." And then one of the things that I see in all the comments about this Budlong pool, when I heard them this weekend at barbecues and stuff, when I asked people who live in the city, who grew up in this area, oh, they're talking about a smaller pool. Well, the pool that's being proposed is the same size pool as Cranston Y, Park View, Rhode Island College. It's a collegiate size pool. And if you know enough about pools, which I do, with over 40 years experience, that if you're creative and your staff is creative, you'll be able to do anything you want. People talk about the summer program, not being able to go over there. Yeah, you can still do that. When I was there, we never had more than 300 people a day at that pool. They're proposing 500. I think we all agree that we need to do something about the pool. We all agree. But when we get hung up on the nostalgia of the Budlong pool from 38, the 2 high diving boards, the 16-foot metal slide into 2 feet of water, that's not possible. You can't do that. So politics aside and stuff like that, I've offered my services to be able to consult any way we can. I still live in the city. I still work in recreation. We still have battles all the time about current trends. There's nothing that attracts people to that pool other than the fact it's big. We had family members that grew up there and swam there back in the 60s and the 70s when they waited in line for an hour to get off the high diving board. With the pool, the smaller pool, the collegiate style pool, lengthwise, with lap swimming, okay, smaller depth, you still teach swim lessons, still do your water aerobics, be creative. And with the pavilion that they proposed, with the water slide and also the splash pad area, think about it. Parents now are not watching their kids ride their bike from Edgewood to go to the pool like Dennis did. Okay, they're not doing that anymore. People drive there. But if we can be creative in having a smaller pool that meets the needs of the entire city, okay, we can keep the pool open longer than just the 7 weeks that it's open. 7 weeks. We talk about creating jobs. Now, if you're opening up from Memorial Day to Labor Day, it might not be possible for this Memorial Day, but in 2 years, 3 years, 30 years from now, you'll have summer jobs for those kids, not only for the 7 weeks, but longer. So I implore you to at least look at the plan And forget about all the pettiness about that. About who didn't say this, who didn't get this report. I'm telling you, this report for this pool, okay, is a good one. When I've been inside, you know, when they talk about Tony Liberatore, knowing that pool, Tony too also would call me after I left the city of Cranston. When I was working in Narragansett, running the pool down there and the beach down there, he would still call me on some things. So I never turned anybody down when they asked questions about a pool. And I still do that. And when I don't have the answer to it, I told the mayor this. One of the biggest taxpayers in this town, in the city, is the pool source. If there's a problem with a pool and I don't have the answer to it, I call there because a good friend of mine, his son runs that pool company. And I said, if I don't know the answer, I'm calling him. So take it as it may. I think the plan is a good plan. Okay. Again, if you look at other things that can go on there, we can take care of teens. We can take care of families for longer than just the 7 weeks that that pool's open, for years and years to come. Again, I know people don't like to hear me keep on hopping on this, but again, it's a passion of mine. If I didn't learn how to swim when I was 7 years old in Worcester and learn how to do all this stuff, I wouldn't be as passionate as I am now. And again, I know I took way too much time, but if anybody has any questions for me, I'll gladly answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Fontaine. Next speaker.
Nina Harrison, 136 Garden City Drive. So a couple of things. I have several things to say. We have a new splash pad in Cranston. I don't think we need another one. And I'm curious if anybody has done a study or evaluation about how frequently and at what capacity that splash pad was used this summer, because that would be a great indicator of whether or not people might want another one or even need one. I'm also curious about specifically what, if any, reduction in swim lessons would occur as a result of the smaller capacity of the pool. As we know, drowning is one of the top 3 causes of death for people under 29, and that statistic is higher for Black and Latino youth. So this is also an equity issue. There was no mention of teenagers in this plan outside of 13 and 14-year-olds. There was no tab or bullet point that considered 14 to 18 or 19-year-olds. I did go to this pool often as a teenager, hung out in the deep end and enjoyed diving. And I think what a lot of people are saying here today is not only have teenagers not been considered, but adults. Not every adult has kids. I don't. And plenty of adults, including my friends in Cranston, go to the pool after work to swim, and they don't want to swim in a 3-foot pool. Granted, the pool that you're saying is the same size allegedly as the YMCA in Cranston. However, the YMCA in Cranston isn't 2 and 3 feet deep for half of the size of that pool. So I think it's a false equivalence. Regarding the study, I am wondering, if the company that did the evaluation is the same one that would be doing the renovations, because it seems like it could be a potential conflict of interest. And so I would be very interested, as I'm sure many people here would be, of having another evaluation by an independent or different party. I also have concerns about the accuracy of this evaluation, given that according to Mr. Liberatore, the amount of leaking water alleged in the report does not match the water bills for the years in question. I think we all deserve a really clear answer as to why those numbers don't match up. Also, the person responsible for the evaluation didn't seem to know about the pump along the wall. He described it as a protrusion and then asked Mr. Liberatore how it worked. To me, that seems—
Can we stop for 1 minute and allow?
They said that I would be able to ask all my questions. In fact, you said—
You can ask all your
but-
questions, but I think he should have the opportunity to answer.
I
stuff
did
here.
say as a point of order that the person could say all of their
Excuse
questions.
me, I'm
and the person
gonna
could-
help out here.
He-
Mr. DeJesus, please, we did, and out of deference to the public, Let her finish her question.
Yeah, but
and
he's
then
not
you
going to
can
be able
answer.
to
I-
answer, he's
I
not going to
missed
be able
some
to
of them.
answer
She
the
was-
questions. If she has 8 questions, he's not going to remember all 8. I'm asking her
Yeah.
to stop to allow him the opportunity to answer some of her questions.
Okay, Miss, I'm sorry, what's your name? Harrison?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Harrison, I'm going to defer to you. Would you prefer to allow him to answer your question? And I assure you, I will not cut you off with your additional questions.
I only wrote down 4 and then I was starting to get backlogged. That's the only reason why. All right, so to kind of.
She asked me a
I'm ask-
question.
I'm
Oh,
asking
sorry.
her, please. Thank you, Miss
I,
Harrison.
I think it's inconsiderate, but I will allow it.
Okay.
All right, so first question you asked, about a company doing the work. This is what's done. It's a design bid build, okay? So I'm engineer of record, no one affiliated with my firm would be building this pool. The second question is, the teen area, 16 to 19. This is one of the items that was said tonight, and it's something that we need to consider. I don't have necessarily an answer on it right now, but you're right. Typically 16 to 19, you're looking at more of a leisure area. But you know, some of that might be deck space. It might be, you know, some shade on the deck. It may not be necessarily water space. The other items, I did the evaluation. The reason I was asking those questions is that's the first, I've evaluated probably over 500 pools. That's the only time I've ever seen an insert pipe on the inside wall of a pool. It's not common. It doesn't meet state code in any way. And that's the reason why it's just an obscure, it's an odd thing that I was asking Mr. Liberatore about. I do welcome him. I you know, whatever wealth of knowledge that can be given and granted is always helpful. That addressed 4 of your questions. You can continue. Sorry.
So, a bit lost in my train of thought. I was also had a question about how much the evaluation cost.
The evaluation cost, I would have to, yeah, I wouldn't know that. That's something my corporate office would know.
Okay, well, I'll proceed with I have several more questions. So how much does the evaluation cost? Why wasn't the evaluation done sooner, given that the pool's been closed for a couple of years? It seems odd to wait so long to do an evaluation. And my additional concerns about the evaluation, it seems like there was a lack of evidence about the amount of water being leaked into the pool allegedly by that hose. And so I have concerns about the scientific integrity of the report, considering you only cited speaking to an employee and not Mr. Liberatore or any other kind of measurement. Also about capacity and the bathhouse, you described the capacity of the pool as about 1,250 people. However, the average high attendance day for the years you showed us was about 300 or 400. I've been at that pool a lot and it regularly reaches capacity at the pool. So based on the charts you're saying though, it would seem like the pool never came anywhere close to reaching capacity in those 3 years, which I just cannot believe is accurate. And so, and in further support of that being wrong, if the pool's capacity was truly 1,250 people, why was it allowed to operate in violation of the code requiring it to have more sinks? I think that the maximum capacity for that pool was much less than that in terms of how many people they would actually let into the facility at any one time.
Okay.
Lastly, I did write and I called the mayor's office this week. His staff was quite rude to me. What I asked was, why is this a good idea for Cranston? They could not give me an answer. They told me to come here today. I have not received an answer to my satisfaction. I asked if I could speak to a member of his staff who might know more about why the mayor thinks this is a good plan. I was told no, I could not. I asked for the mayor's chief of staff's name and email address. I sent an email, and I want to be very clear. This could be entirely coincidence, but the next day, a Cranston police officer was parked in front of my house for a good amount of time. And I did include my address in that email to the chief of staff. So I hope that that was a coincidence. And I hope that you will listen to the people of Cranston who do not want a splash pad at all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Martha DeMayo, 69 Laconia Road. Let's talk the money. 3.5 million to the consultant. Is that a discounted price? Did you negotiate a special price for the city? Because you might not be aware. We just spent 4 million on a fountain, a bocce ball court, some new grass, and some lamp posts. So how can 3.5 million destroy an old pool, take care of asbestos, and build a new facility?
Perhaps I can take some of that. The cost for the new fountain, the bocce court, and all that that you refer to, otherwise referred to as Eatery Park, in total cost about approximately $1.4 million, not $4 million, of which it was subsidized by state federal grants. And it ended up costing the city net probably about $850,000 plus or minus.
Okay.
So
sorry.
if you'd like me to answer your question.
So the sidewalks are 4 million. The new side, 4 more million is for Knightsville, right?
I'll continue answering your question. Just got sidetracked. The other question you had previously.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's our fee.
That's the city council approved $4 million in total during the last budget process in May. I believe that the formal acceptance of the budget was in May timeframe. And total cost for the pool, including engineering authorized by the council, is $4 million. In terms of the award for engineering, there is a consistent with state law. There's an engineered, an architect predetermined list that's approved by a purchasing department where there's competitive bidding, so these people could be accessible. Those purchasing procedures were adhered to, and the bid and the award was given to that group of one of those firms, to that group of engineering architectural firms.
Well, I'm assuming that they gave a fair bid, but that still goes to of what things cost, and 3 million doesn't go like it used to. So I don't know, was the 4 million on the park, including the interest? But what we're talking about here, 4 million is for the sidewalks, 3.5. How do you dig up a pool, asbestos, and build a new one for $3.5 million? When the sidewalks cost 4 million.
So I don't necessarily know the sidewalks that you're talking about for 4 million, but working with Michael and all them, I mean, we have a baseline of what things cost.
So are we overpaying the sidewalks? Because it's kind of like saying, I have a modest house on a 6,000 square foot. You can't put a $1 million house there. Sidewalks cost million.
I'm just gonna interrupt 1 second. It is not for me to deem whether or not on topic or not. Solicitor Malay, I see you want to speak. You can speak, please.
The topic before this meeting, ma'am, is on the pool. If we
Well,
could keep that to that subject matter, not a park or the sidewalks, please.
Okay,
I understand that you're making comparisons, but the cost of sidewalks is not the subject of this
We're
meeting.
looking at 3.5 million for a pool that's a fourth of the size, a third of the size, versus 5 million for a pool that would last 10 years. How about we put 8 million in the pool is what's going into Niceville for something that we all want?
Thank you.
Nothing else to say.
Excuse me, ma'am, but the cost of Knightsville is not $8 million. That's a misnomer. You've been led to believe that, but that's not the case. That's not the case. And we've also applied for numerous grants in each phase of the process. And we've been getting,
I'm not talking about financing. I'm talking about the cost of construction. I'm not saying about the tax burden on it. I'm saying what the dollar amount, the balance sheet is to build a pool versus building what we put into Niceville, and both are equally important, if not the pool is more important. Maybe a city councilman can give me, I've heard the 4 and 8 million from members of the council, so maybe they could clarify that.
And so have I, and those facts are wrong.
But you get my point though, right? That 3 million to build a park, be it grants or whatever, versus 3 million to build a pool, it doesn't add up.
I think we're.
It doesn't add up.
Can we have the next speaker, please? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Ed Generali, 75 Harmon Ave. Over the last year, the splash pad at Bain was put in, and it was a talk and a conversation that happened between the neighbors, John, and the mayor's representative. And those meetings were very informative to us on what was going to happen. And we didn't think it was that it shouldn't have gone in the Cranston Stadium school, right, area. So with that talk and everything, and everybody listened to what was going on, because it needed to be in an open area. And that happened. You made that happen. You all made that happen. So now all I'm going to say is, and I've been listening to everything, I really don't have any questions regarding it, what's going on, what the costs are and everything, because all that was been brought up. But I'd like to just read a statement to you here. And I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for having this open meeting. Very, very informative, and everybody knows what's going on or what's trying to happen. I'm in favor of the new pool in the splash pad area, along with the upgrades to the existing pool house. I'm just going to make a statement, because what happened when we talked about the splash pad before is Providence has 18 splash pads, right? And they needed to be in open areas. This is an open area, and there should be more splash pads throughout the city. Just making that statement. Currently, I have 5 grandchildren, and hopefully I'll have more grandchildren. Hope to be able to bring them to this new facility so they have some great memories along with their papa and grandma. My recommendation is all parties concerned here talk and compromise with each other would be the right thing to do here, as this is for Cranston's future. Although it's costly and it's something that we have to work through, just have to talk it out and make agreements with each other on what has to happen. One recommendation I have is maybe the pool could be slightly larger in a more rectangular shape on the 0 grade end of the pool. Kind of looks like it cuts into that area, and I don't think it would be any more of an expense to do that. And maybe you could, have a few more people into the pool area. I'm very hopeful that this will be a great new facility for the city of Cranston. And I thank you all for your work here tonight.
Thanks, Eddie.
Ed, can I just address you on one issue? You had mentioned about the splash pad. Initially, I went with this idea to Councilman Donegan, and we sat down and tried to find a space where it could fit in the neighborhood in his district. So the initial space was the playground behind the school, at Stadium School. And when the neighbors came in and talked to the councilman, he also let me know that there were some concerns about the drainage, about the cars speeding through that area. It was more of a neighborhood. And we took that into consideration. And I said to the councilman, where else could we put this splash pad? And I think the Bain area was a compromise, and it worked out perfectly.
But also at that time when we talked, we said a splash pad at Budlong Pool too. We had said an open area where it was, and we just need to talk it out and come up with an area that everybody, can work with.
Yeah, I've made similar recommendations to anytime we build a new school, that we should build a splash pad with it. I said that at Garden City, and
I disagree with you there, Mayor. Just for one second, I'm going to say, when we looked up the splash pads in the Providence area, they're not as associated with schools or near schools. They're in open areas.
The reason we said that was because those recreation sites attached to the schools are owned by the city. So it was a matter of finding open space that we could build them.
Right. So it really has to be the open space that you have to generalize it.
And I agree with you.
Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Councilwoman President, I turn it back over to you.
At this time, Tom, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to be heard?
Aaron Rosenberg.
Okay. And just as a reminder to those on Zoom, if you can please state your name and address for the record, and please keep your comments limited to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, it's Karen Rosenberg, and I live at 46 Bow Street. I just wanted to start really quickly with a little history because there's been confusion and misstatements about it. And I want to make clear that the public records I received showed that the pool could have been opened in 2021 and in each year after that. And the only reason it wasn't was because the administration did not budget for it. We have internal records, communications between the mayor's staff and the city council, and that's exactly what it says. I also want to just remind people that when this plan was conceived, that the only information that the mayor had was what was in the records, which was that the pool could open and it didn't need substantial work. That's what the chief of staff told the council. In 2022, Federal Hill Group inspected the pool and they said they could totally replace the shell, a comprehensive building, rebuilding, not a Band-Aid. They said that they could do that and make the pool and the bathhouse both accessible for 2.8 million tops. And that included replacing the substrate, excavating the pool, replacing the substrate, and then putting in a new pool shell. So what we're hearing tonight from Mr. Mariano is this incredibly, fast-paced delivery of all this information about how bad the condition of the pool is. And unfortunately, despite all of your credentials, we can't trust what you're saying because you were hired, your company was hired to design the new pool months before this evaluation was done. This evaluation was done after the pool was designed, after this design was come up with. And this is really just to satisfy people who have been raising all these concerns. But it conflicts with all the evidence that the mayor had when he decided to go this route. And we really can't have a process like this where we don't have an independent evaluation that people have time to really evaluate and to ask questions about. And it's the same thing about the budget that you presented, no detail, presented rush. And, it's as if we're supposed to get handed this on the spot and have intelligent questions to ask about it. And we really can't. So what that kind of leads me to say is that the problem here is not a debate over, what sort of pool there should be. And by the way, I should go back and say that I don't think that we need an expert to tell us what kind of pool that we want to have. I think that Cranston residents are capable of forming that decision on our own. So that's not the expertise we need. And we don't need a mayor who decides what's in our best interest and doesn't let us into the decision-making process. And that's been the problem with this whole process. People seem to think in this room that this is a time for them to give feedback and offer ideas, and that those ideas are really going to get considered. But you're not being straight with people.
Madam President, we're over the time limit on this, please.
It's at my discretion, so she can continue. Thank you.
But you're not being straight with people. And the reality is that this plan has already been designed and that you came here tonight to tell people what you have decided to do in their best interest. So, maybe you'll go back and make a little bit more room for all the, teenagers and young adults that weren't even considered in this pool, or the adults who weren't considered in this pool. But what we have right now is information from the Federal Hill Group that a pool could have been refurbished for $3.5 million. And really, in fairness to all of us, the way that this process should work is that we should be able to have a chance to put all the evidence on the table, including the information about pool usage, and the water usage, which are all things that should have been turned over weeks and weeks ago in response to public record requests and weren't, and which I suspect were only, pulled together in preparation for this meeting and were never really considered when you made this plan to begin with, and which are questionable. But we deserve to have all the evidence put on the table, to have a chance to ask questions, and to be able to evaluate options, not to be told what's going to happen and given this kind of like rushed explanation that we don't have the ability to independently examine. And for that reason, I think that it's imperative that this project not go forward until that process happens. Maybe at the end of the day, after people have a chance to evaluate the information and to have an impartial report on the condition of the pool, they'll come to the same conclusion as you, Mayor. But right now, what you're doing is forcing something through without a transparent process, without an evidence-based dialogue. And it not only is going to, if this happens, you're going to be held accountable for it if people don't have that input. And people may really live to regret it if they don't have a chance to have that say, because this pool that you're proposing, I guess out of financial considerations, is not going to be big enough to accommodate the people who've used it in the past. And it's not going to be big enough to accommodate the uses that have been made in the past. And you're telling people that basically they have to live with that, I guess, for financial reasons. When they look around and they see that lots and lots of money was spent on things that they might not have chosen to prioritize, like Eatery Park. So this is a terrible process. It's not credible at all. And I would really urge the council to, because they haven't been able to get the information in a timely way and in a useful way from the administration, really should hold your own hearings, use your investigative powers, subpoena people if you have to, and make sure that all the information is out there so that the public doesn't lose all their confidence in our local government. Thank you.
I see no other public comment, but just to give people a chance, in order to comment, they need to raise their hand on Zoom. Use the raise hand function, or dial *9 or #9 on a phone. Again, raise hand if you're on Zoom on a application or computer. I see no additional public comment. Strike that. Allison Walsh. And they need to unmute themselves. They're still muted. Can you please just press the unmute button on your phone or other device?
Ms. Walsh, if you can hear us on Zoom, if you can please unmute so that you can speak.
Next. They raised their hand, but they might not have a working microphone.
Okay. All right, Ms. Walsh, I'm sorry, but we can't hear you. So, Tom, is there anyone else on Zoom?
I see no other public comment.
At this time, we'll now close public comment. And then next on the agenda, the item up for discussion is council member discussion on the topic of this evening of the Budlong Pool. I first want to make some remarks this evening that I am both happy and sad that we are here this evening. I'm happy that we're here this evening because even though the council, through council members, having placed this item on the agenda numerous times, as even the administration pointed out tonight, 18 times, I think is what I had heard tonight over the years. That was because council members, including myself, Councilwoman Germain, and I'm sure others over these years, have been asking the administration, what's the status of the Budlong pool? And what can we do as a community to open the Budlong pool? I have said time and time again, I have used the phrase, I sound like a broken record, and I'll say it again tonight. It's about getting the pool open for our community as quickly as possible and for the least cost possible. We as a city council do not control the day-to-day functions of the administration. We as a council, even under back in 2021 and 2022, under Councilman Poplawski's leadership as president, we had the same questions as we do now. And we rely on the credibility of the administration at those meetings presenting information to us. And it wasn't until recently that we received information due to a public records request from residents that changed circumstances such that there was information such as a repair estimate that was $90,000 back in 2021, when at the same time, council members, including myself, were publicly, with allowing public comment at those meetings, asking the administration for what the status was of the pool and what could be done. We're not the experts, okay? We still sit here today wanting to accomplish that goal. And every council member will have an opportunity to speak to that point. There was little mention, but there was mention this evening by Representative Fung about the last meeting. I welcome people to look at that meeting. Okay. I know myself, I challenge anyone. I always treat others with respect, including the mayor, anyone. Sometimes we share opinions. Sometimes we don't share the same opinions. And I've practiced what I preach. You learn more from your differences than you do your similarities. And the fact also remains that even, I hope that this point is not lost on us as a community and on the administration. We welcome the information where we can only make our decisions based on the information provided to us. Okay. Even tonight, this evening, when it was stated by Director Moretti that the council was given the Weston Sampson report, it was not, and I'm sure you were well-intentioned. There's a lot of information and a lot of responsibility to all of us. It was not provided to us 2 weeks before the council meeting. It was provided to us on August 23rd. It was dated August 16th. Don't know when you got it, but we got it August 23rd is when this council received that information for the very first time. Okay. We, all of us here, represent the public. And we as council members, again, are doing the best that we can with the information provided to us. And so let's go back to facts that are also relevant to where we are here with respect to the pool. As a council under in 2021, under Council President Poplawski's presidency, we were told due to COVID that the pool was not going to be able to be opened. That's my recollection in 2021. And that there was concern that the cost to repair would exceed potentially the efficiency or the cost of the pool, that it might be cheaper to replace it. This spilled into 2022. We asked for information. Again, these are all public meetings. Everyone can see this for themselves on Zoom. We were not given all the information as I just mentioned to you. And what was very relevant in 2022 is that the council's hands were tied as a body. And you say, why? Why would that be the case? Because the administration had set forth that time that there would be substantial repairs or substantial capital improvement costs that would be needed relative to the pool. But what the administration failed to do and I'm not saying it deliberately, it's just a fact, was to go through the proper legal process to allow the council to appropriate funds to accomplish that goal. And what do I mean by that? It had to go through the planning commission, and they had to approve of that as a potential capital expenditure to be included in the mayor's budget that he presents to the council, so that we as a council could have voted for or against that proposal. But legally, we were not able to do that. Fast forward to this current year's budget, the council appropriated up to $4 million in ARPA funds. Okay, in ARPA funds, the mayor's budget did not designate where those funds would come from, but as a council, we believed and we voted that the up to $4 million in ARPA funds, if that would help to get the pool operational as quick as possible, then that's something that we obviously were inclined to do. And that would be at least not incurring an additional tax burden to the taxpayers. And judge that as you wish. These are the facts. And then you fast forward again, public records request, new information to us. And then at the council meeting, Director Moretti, representing the administration, had mentioned that, well, the mayor's going to do a public, forum on this. And I had implored at that time, can the council be a part of that process? And there are legal requirements for that, which I'm sure, Mayor, you're aware of as a former member of council. We need to hold an actual formal meeting because we as a legislative body cannot meet. We cannot convene unless we hold a formal meeting. And instead, we got an email on September, I don't remember what the date was. It was just prior to the council meeting, if I'm not mistaken. So August 20 something, it might have been 23rd. Yeah, August 23rd, saying that the mayor was going to be holding this meeting on September 6th. And he had also informed the press, the public about it as well. And I pressed to have the public meeting so that we all as a city could convene and have this discussion. Transparency matters. And that's why we are all here today. And I implore, and some people have touched upon this evening, and I find it very much true, is that it is very important that we do work together. And I thank you, Mayor, for reaching out to me on last Friday, and I spoke to you in the afternoon. And I had told you at that time that this is how this meeting would be conducted. It's the same way we do in council chambers, with civility and respect for those we agree and disagree with. And I hope that in the future, when there is a project, that you will be welcoming of the council's input. I appreciate the fact that you spoke to one council member about the pool in advance, but that's not the same, because by doing this, the public is part of the process. As a council, we did everything within our ability to keep the public informed, and this is a good thing. It's all about moving the ball forward as best we can. With respect to the pool, I appreciate greatly the information tonight, the expertise, because I've said it a million times, and I'm sure the council members have before in council meetings. We're not the experts. We don't pretend to be the experts. And we only can rely upon the information provided to us to make decisions. Okay. I do have a couple of other questions relative to the specifics of the pool. But before I mention that, I want to mention specific concerns that I have relative to the pool that were echoed by some people tonight. Is that as a council member and as a mom in the city, I have heard there is a great need from teenagers to use the pool. And I appreciate that that wasn't something that was fully thought out before tonight, but that's something that, could be looked at and re-examined. And I think that that's vital because I can tell you, my own children have remarked, or they hear other children, their age saying, oh, gee, yeah, the pool's not open again this year. There really is a need for that. And the one thing that some of the information provided to us tonight showed was that the number of people using the pool increased each year. Leading up to 2019, it was increasing. I believe in at least, like, I think it was 350, then it was 400, which is a significant, percentage. So, in terms of the potential, most people there a day. And I do think that the use would increase and not decrease, especially if it's going to be a pool that is going to be new and improved, which we all agree it's going to be, because we're going to be making some investment of some kind. So for that reason, I do think that there should be more thought into a deeper end, or giving maybe 4 or 5 lanes. I'm not sure what that cost would be at that end, from a mom of someone, who swims, and knowing children who, teenagers who swim. I think that would be very much utilized if there was a deeper end that was more expansive than the one proposed. Just a thought for whatever the 2 cents is. In terms of concerns I have about the pool itself, there's been much discussion about, over the years about cracks in the pool. Did you actually go there and see cracks in the concrete of the pool?
I visited the site, and the photos that I had shown in my report, or in the presentation night, were my photos. The pool has a liner, and the pool has water in it. So there's only a certain extent that you can actually look inside the pool. Like I said, a lot of the information was provided from staff members. And given that there is a pool inside a pool, leads me to believe that there was an underlying issue that has transferred through.
Okay, because then that was my other question, was there's been talk about there being, if you reach down and you grab underneath the liner, you will be, the concrete wouldn't be like concrete. I believe the term the mayor used was like mud.
Mm-hmm.
Who actually did that to determine that the concrete underneath is actually like mud?
Okay.
Yeah, Council President,
Yeah.
I talked to a gentleman from the pool source who installed the new liner. He raised some serious concerns about why that liner was being put in over cement that was porous. So the information that we got came from the person that installed the liner, who raised an awful lot of concern about the cracks in the drains and the cracks along the deep end, that as they tried to fix them, they were pumping out water to dry it out. They tried to put cement over the cracks. They showed up the next day and the water was back up again. It was the person who installed the liner that was questioning whether that should have been done or not.
Okay, so it was the condition underneath the liner was determined by someone from the pool source in years past, based on his direct experience when he installed the liner. Was that back in 2018, I think, or something like that? Okay. All right. And in terms of, I think that answers a big concern I have, because just from a novice layperson perspective, I had a hard time understanding how with the liner there, those assessments could be made. Okay. But you did actually go to the facility. Is that right, Mr. Mariano? Okay.
Yep, I visited the facility in July. Yeah, early July. Yeah,
Okay.
somewhere around that time.
All right. And then something else that's important, because again, facts matter is that I understand the pumping, the pump station. While I may not be an expert, I know some people who are, but with respect to the pumping station, is my understanding that because the pool has not been operational, although the city was previously allowed to operate with that pumping into the wetlands or whatever it was with DEM due to grandfathering, that's no longer going to be the case going forward because it has not been operational. Is that correct?
So just a question to you.
Yeah.
You got the backwash, which that's discharging, and then you have pumping, which is the pipe that's inside the pool, which
Right, it's two different.
so the DEM item, which is discharging. Do you mind clarifying? Sorry.
Just basically to put it in simple terms, so everyone can understand, the water that is leaving the filtration or pump station, that's
Yep.
leaving the pool facility and going into discharging into the wetlands. That is something that previously was not any type of DEM concern because we were grandfathered in that process. But because the pool is closed, those standards are now changed. Is that true?
I don't know. Usually, there's really nothing grandfathered when it comes to aquatics. You know, it's what the code is today and it has to adhere to it.
Okay.
In likelihood, Councilman, I see this all the time that this occurs and no one really has seen it. No one has really brought the issue. It's been like that. So they just never questioned it until an expert comes in and says that you have an issue.
Okay, but your assessment of the pumping station, the backwash filtration was that it doesn't comply with
It does not
current
comply.
standards.
No,
Is
it
that
does not.
clear?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Council President, can I address you on one issue that you brought up?
Yeah.
Thank you. You made mention to the fact that the average usage of the pool per day was going up. Our records indicate that they actually went down from 2017 to 2018. There was a pretty good increase from 122 to 154 per day on average. But from 2018 to 2019, it actually dropped.
Yeah, just so you hear, Mr. Mayor, we were just given this evening when we sat down in our seat.
Mhm.
So forgive me if I don't have it exactly right. But when I looked at it, it was the highest usage number per day, not the average, but the highest number of people in the pool at any hour.
Peak usage.
Peak usage. Thank you.
Peak usage, yeah, that's
Actually-
a different detail.
Right, but that actually increased each year is what I'm saying. So the potential of any number, the highest number of individuals using that pool has increased.
That was a snapshot of 1 hour in the entire season.
Yeah.
That
Fair enough.
it was higher, but after that, the next highest, that was 420, I believe. But the next highest moment in time for the whole season was approximately 280. And so overall, it was a decrease. If that one moment in time, though, was an increase for that 1 hour for the entire year.
For all purposes, we don't want to get caught up in the weeds. I think anybody in this room would be hard pressed to say that if we invest, as we intend to do, in a new and improved pool, whether replace or repair, the usage is going to increase and not decrease from what had occurred in the past. Yep. Thanks. I will open the floor to council members for discussion. Do any council members wish to be heard? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you, Council President. Before I start, I need to make some clarification. So I think I truly understand Mayor Hopkins' attempt to shift the narrative. I understand that. But he wants to make me as the scapegoat, and I understand that too. Because I have been the target since this process. And one of his slides put me right there. And I have to say, as a person, I have to listen. I email the administration, so I have to read that because people need to know what's going on. So when Mayor Hopkins continue to target me in this process. In July 29, so yes, I met with Mayor Hopkins in his office, but in July 29, 2022, I email because I want to have this working relationship. I email and I asked to have a meeting to discuss Budlong Pool and the facility problems and strategic planning to address this issue as soon as possible. And I state, as you are aware that the council has unanimously co-sponsored and approved the resolution I introduced regarding the use of ARPA funds to solve Budlong Pool problems. I believe we need to start working as soon as possible to ensure that the pool can be reopened next summer, this summer. So that's July 29, I emailed the administration. Mayor Hopkins sent me a picture. I'm not an expert. There was no cost, no dimension, a lovely picture. So as someone who want to work and who believe in the mayor's words, he didn't send a document to me to say, this is the dimension I want. This is the 1/3. This is the cost, one picture. And I asked him, oh, that's lovely. I like the picture, yes. But do we have all the information? No. And I do believe that that's after that meetings, when I ask question where we are at Budlong Pool. And we know when we met, that's when I know, thank you for the resident of Princeton, that as the mayor called me an impediment to his administration, he was just laughing at me when I sit in this office and not giving me all the information where we are at Budlong Pool. And I am laughing right now because when you want to portray me as the problem. So let's recap. If I met with you in 2022 and I email you, and now I realize, let me do council president go over that. In June 14, 2021, thanks to public record requests, New England Aquatic gave an estimate to Mayor Hopkins where the pool could be repaired for $90,000. So you have this information a year prior I met with you. And you laugh at me, you didn't say anything to me. And you didn't say anything to the council. Because when I realized you are playing with me, you didn't take me seriously. And then that's why I start putting this topic in the agenda every week. So that's why you said every month, 18 meetings and going. So let's see the chronology of the events. So we've been transparent. So let's see. In June 21, when we did not have the money in 2020 for the pool, when we were told the pool was closed because of pandemic, and you have a company that give you a report that said the pool could be repaired, and you hide this information from us. Now, in June 22, okay? February 2022, you have a second opinion about the pool that give options. So the first one that said the pool can be rebuilt for $90,000, you hide that completely from the public, completely from the administration. And we've been asking questions every time. Give us an update, give us the cost, what will be. And sometimes you call the administration says it's gonna be $7 million. And he reduced in phase 1, phase 2, never have really something concrete. That was February when Federal Hill Group did submit a report. So The administration, we pay with taxpayer money $13,875 for this report. And in that report, gave 3 options. And the first option says, we can repair the poles. That is in the same thing that what New England Aquatic said. We can repair the pole. So that's when I realized something doesn't add up. If you hire a firm that says the pool can be repaired in less cost, what do we do it? We pass a resolution, we said we can use ARPA money, nothing has been done. Now, you have Sakotio for a first study, I will call it, of conduct a phase 1 plan in September 2022. This was because you propose, you show it in your slide. So Sakotio have been working since September 2022. It's not this year. So when I realized and resident realized that the information we need been hiding, you conceal the information, and for what purpose? So I receive emails every day as Budlong Pool is in Ward 2. And the resident spoke. They want to fix the pool. That's what they asked for. And now we have the evidence. I never mind to add amenities, to add anything to it. But spending $4 million to build a smaller pool that will not serve the purpose of the resident, a diverse community, diverse ages. So whoever wants to use the pool can put the way it is right now. And I think I am not in favor of that, and I said it over and over. So now, question about 60s and 70s. And I would like to ask, how old is City Hall? How old City Hall? When the City Hall was built? How old White House is? When was it built? So answer those questions. So please.
City Hall was built in 1937.
When we come to this city and when you take the oath, what did you do? You make some repair. Did you want to tear down the City Hall? I don't think so. And in Cranston, we have some landmarks like the Park Theater that will celebrate 99 years. I don't think you will give advice to tear down the park. Budlong Pool is sentimental for the resident of Cranston. And for those report that was hiding, I believe, unless we have an independent, how we say it, an independent investigation, I don't believe those reports anymore, because something just doesn't add up for me. Suddenly we have a cost. We don't know where it comes from. It just flies from the sky. Nothing detailed, say how, like for example, the pump will cost $5,000 and give me a detailed budget. So a number fall from the sky to tell us it will cost now, because that's the question we've been asking. Give us the comparison. How much it will cost to repair the pool versus to build a new one? I don't mind if you want to build a new one, but not smaller. Now I have some questions. So I want to make that clear. So continue to target me over and over. I don't mind. So there is a saying in Haiti, they say, rotten teeth have strength on bananas. So I don't know if you will understand that rotten teeth have strength on bananas. So I am the banana, so I can take it. Okay? But one thing we want to make clear here, there was no process that was transparent, honest from the beginning. And I do believe what has been proposed tonight, for the first time, we see that. I see that for the first time. All this information, and now I heard there's gonna be 7 feet, right? We never had those information. So we, gradually, because we have the pressure of the public, gradually, because we, the council, we haven't been listened to. 18 public meetings asking what will be the cost to repair it, nothing. And what we were like, when you proposed the $7 million, we were like, where is the money gonna come from? You couldn't answer it. So please, we have all the records, and we have residents that spent hours to go back to those records, to those meetings, to listen to what have been said. They are here. So I encourage everybody to go to YouTube, if some of them have not been erased already. So 60s, 70s, it's old, or it started. We started in this country to close pool in 60s, 70s. And we all know why. Because we have desegregation, and there is an decrease in the use of the pool. That's true. You have to have it because we have desegregation. People don't want to mingle with people of color that now can go to participate in those.
Excuse me,
pools.
Council President.
So
Are we talking about the pool, or are we making this a race issue?
no. This was mentioned 1670s. Those
I think she's on the line right now.
No.
Excuse me,
Let me talk.
excuse me, Councilwoman Jermaine, Mayor Hopkins, let Councilwoman Jermaine have the floor. It's relevant to Bud Long Pool, and let her speak.
1670s, yes, there is a decrease in using of public pools. And there is a reason for that. In today's world, people who do not have the luxury to have backyard pool, they are the one that is drowning when they go to the lake. Here in Rhode Island, how many people we know already died in drowning? Question to answer. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we didn't have 83,000 people in Cranston. Cranston is the second largest city. And we always brag, we do things differently. Why we need to decrease this pool? We do not give all people, all age, the same opportunity to enjoy this pool. There is a lot of space. We can add everything. I don't oppose to add things to the pool if we have the money. But please have a pool with 3 laps. My next question, how many people can do lap swim in one line? That's one question. You want people to bump, it's like a fish, right? That's why we want to do with 7,000 square feet pool. So you don't want to really enjoy it, because when you go to the pool, you want to have time to do swim, turn. So now you go to a pool, it's so crowded and you cannot turn. That's why we want. When we have a population that is increasing, so I don't understand it. So I will continue to oppose this small, tiny pool. It's not fit the needs of our population. period. If you want to rebuild a pool, we're gonna rebuild a pool that meet the needs of the people. Don't compare us with smaller states, city. They do things differently. We do things differently too here. Don't go fall in that parameters. So please, I'm gonna leave the floor, but I wanted to make this clarification. We have a meeting. I haven't received. We have an informal meetings. We didn't have someone take notes, and I would like to see those notes when those words like it's like you take me seriously. You invited me. You never invited me in anything you're doing. I'm in Ward 2. Anything that has been doing in Ward 2, you never invited me. You didn't invite me for the Budlong pool. I came to you and you laugh at me. And now you want to use me to blame me. That has to stop. And my position is to put a pause on this ridiculous report because I think it's bias. It's bias. There is conflict of interest. It's like, oh, the result I need, the first company didn't give me the result I need. The result I need, the second company didn't give me. I need to find someone to tell him, this is what I need. And you have to give it to me. And until we have, so that's transparency for me. And I have nothing personal. You take it so personal, attack me, send me a text, saying thing. I'm not doing that. But what called transparency is we have someone who do not have any interest whatsoever in this, whether financial gain, to give us really a report that is neutral. And then we can rebuild, we can allocate money if we want to rebuild a pool, but a pool that even though it's not 10 feet or 9 feet, or at least 9 feet, and that is large enough where our people are not, coming and not really enjoying being in a pool to do flip. And I saw my son do those kind of things like this in the pool when he goes to YMCA. How many kids can do that? How many teenagers can do that in still tiny, your tiny pool? Is that what you have an agenda? But this is not what people want. My constituent, all concerned, they want to keep the size of the pool. That's what's matter. We want to keep the size of the pool. All of those are beautiful. I'm not against them. All those splash pads. It's not that the question. We know the problem. We want compliance, ADA compliance. We want a pool where a professional swimmer can come, a beginner can come, an average can come, and we're not crowded like fish. Thank you.
Council President, I'd like to respond to some of those comments.
Sure.
Thank you. First of all, I take umbrage with the fact that you, Councilwoman, indicated that I laughed at her. That was never the case. I'm not that disrespectful to you. As a matter of fact, on August 10th, Thursday, August 10th, I sent you a text message. And it says, Councilwoman, if you would like to meet with me, I will surely make the time. This is not political. It is a vision for the future generations that will surely be loved by all. People need to trust my vision. I invited you to come in to talk to me, and I never got a response on that. As far as the number of people that you have mentioned, that you're implying that everybody has the same opinion as you do when it comes to the numbers of people that want to keep this pool. I've asked many people that live on the other side of the city that don't want their taxes affected and they could care less about a pool. I've asked numerous people. I would argue that of the 83,000 people that live in the city, 2% or 2,000 is not a big population. A lot of people have told me personally, they could care if we even keep the pool open. I'm fighting to fix this. I am the first administration in years to try to open up that pool. It's been broken for a long time. I'm trying to fix it. You're making it sound as though the entire city of Cranston wants that pool reopened. They don't. They don't. A small percentage of them do. The 2,000 people on the names that you gave me,
Excuse me, Mayor, one
I
second.
read them. I listened to them.
Mayor, excuse me for 1 second. If the people in the audience, please, if you could not interrupt during the meeting, please. Thank you.
I think sometimes we look at this hot issue and we throw out accusations. We make comments that the mayor is hiding things, the mayor lies. I'm here tonight to tell you that that's not true, that I don't lie, that I have invited you to discuss these matters, and you refused because I believe, based on what I've seen at some of these council meetings, that some of you have your own agenda. There's more than 2,000 people that live in this city.
May I have a response?
Mayor Hopkins, you done? Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman Jermaine, go ahead. You have the last word.
Why so? No, it was on. Okay. Mayor Hopkins, so with due respect, I started all with due respect. I didn't reply to you because you started insulted me by text email. When you sent me the first text email and I show some council member here, I didn't reply to you, but you didn't say that. Well, you want me to read it for you? What you said to me? Okay. Let me look for it because I didn't reply to you. Let me get it. Oh, yes. Okay. So, respectfully, I believe that we could work this, we do something together. That's why I email you. But when I realized, I said it, I wasn't the person who made the public request report. I felt and I share with my constituent that something wasn't added up. I share that. And that's why they make public record and share with me. So it's based on what's going on in your administration that I realized you were laughing at me, looking at me like, and then laughing because you have those information, right? Since 2021, two companies, and you didn't share it with us. So let me tell you, because when I keep posting, because I post a lot about Longpool, and I email, I have to say, we have residents that mobilize to get the bottom of it. You sent me a text July 13. Please tell the truth. you can get this, we can get this project done if you and Ferry stop making things difficult. Cut the political BS. I have worked tirelessly in your ward to get things done. Paving most in Ward 2 than anywhere in the city. Wall Square with new businesses is amazing. Please just speak the truth and work with us. I didn't reply to you because I felt it was insulting. If there's something I don't do, I don't lie. I don't compromise on my honesty. So you want to tell me, you email me, I didn't reply. That's why I didn't reply, because this test you sent me on July 13, I didn't reply to you because I don't want to go back with you. You know, you are an older person. You could be my dad. So I wasn't happy. I was mad. Because when I ask questions, I want to have answer. You're not, when your director comes unprepared and just show this and say things that was not the fact, it made me mad. And that's why I kept putting this on the agenda. So I was hoping one day, and I'm glad today to repeat, Council President Marino, I am glad we can have discussion because it wasn't personal. You call me political grandstanding. You put out a press conference exactly for me. It's like, you know, you have a parents and you call to Council President Marino. You like tell her just to tell me to shut up. That's what you did in your press conference. I didn't say a word. So this is go beyond. It's not political. It's what needs to be done. So if I don't answer you because I don't want to go back, what you want to tell you? Oh, I said everything out loud. I asked questions where we are at. And then when I realize now you have those information and you did it today, we have something that is put on this on the screen that share that say this is what you plan to do. We have something in paper. Last week you sent something on paper. Those are come after we have a press conference, after we have petitions. Please, because residents step up. So you said 2,000, you want to ignore those 2,000. Don't do that. Those 2,000 signatures are people in Cranston, are residents in Cranston. They are equally important as the rest of 90%. Don't dismiss them.
Councilwoman, I did not dismiss them. No, I'm going to respond to that. You gave her a chance to talk. I want to respond.
Excuse me, Mayor Hopkins. At some point, somebody has to have the last word. You called her out. You called her out in the documentation. You called her out when you spoke. I gave you an opportunity to respond. She replied.
And I'd like to respond again.
I'm sorry, Mayor Hopkins, it needs to be the end of the discussion. You do not get the last word, okay? Because then it's going to be, well, she needs to have the last word.
So you're going to allow her to speak twice to me and allow me to respond once.
Okay. You spoke once about her, you put it in, even in here, and then she spoke, you responded. You spoke.
Well, I'd like
twice.
to respond to what
Excuse
she
me,
just said.
Excuse me, Mayor Hopkins, you spoke twice,
I'd
not
like to
once.
respond to what she just said.
And I'm not gonna let the conversation needs to end at this point. It is enough. Other council members need to be heard. Yep. Councilman Donegan.
Can everyone hear me? Good. Okay. Thank you, Council President Marino. So the proposal is a 7,000 square foot pool, correct?
That's correct.
Which, you know, if those images were put in front of me, you know, void of context, yeah, they look great. I mean, who wouldn't look at those and say, that's awesome. It's not here, and I don't know it off the top of my head. The square footage of the current pool.
Current pool is 22,000 square feet.
So 3 to 3.5 would get us a 7,000 square foot pool. Director Moretti, is it $750,000 grant we have? All right, so we have $4 million in ARPA funds, which in transparency, the mayor's budget was $4 million in bond money in which the city would pay interest on over the next 20 years or so. In Finance Committee, we made a change to make that ARPA funds, which the city would pay no debt service on, alleviating tax responsibilities, taxpayer responsibilities going forward. So we theoretically have up to 4.75 million, right?
I think that's a legal question. What the budget calls for 4 million of ARPA funds. I would have to defer to legal to see if that's the case. Don't know if you can spend more than the 4 million. If that's the case, the answer is yes.
Well, I would assume you can't spend more than the 4 million in ARPA funds, but if you got a supplementary grant from outside.
Yeah, the question is, can you spend it and then you have to net it down after the 750, or is this $4 million authorization plus the 750? That's not my, it's a question I have to the lawyers who would understand the
Okay.
budgets a bit better.
All right, well, then through our council attorney, as well as with Solicitor Malay, if that answer could be addressed. Obviously, I don't expect an answer right now. So if we have somewhere between 4 to 4.7, hypothetically, and this is purely hypothetical because I don't like the idea of downsizing the pool. But just hypothetically, let's say we had 4.7. How big of a pool could we get for 4.7? What would that bring that square footage up to, from 7,000 to what?
I think based upon a lot of the feedback that we've gotten tonight, we could accommodate some of these additional things, adding additional lanes, adding a larger teen area, creating shade, creating other amenities in the pool. And this is why we went in with the $3.3 to $3.5 million approach right now, because we know we're going to get feedback. We know additional things want to get added. It's tough to show something and then have to take it away because you added something else. So I think that's addressable. But to get to the point to repair the pool, I think you're still short. One thing I kind of did want to touch base on, that we're hired by the city, right? Secosha, Weston, Sampson. So we're looking out for the interests of the city. What we're providing is not, we're providing our best interests. There was many conversations that have happened during this project that said, can you rebuild the pool, Mark? Can you rebuild that? In my professional opinion, I don't think so. You can, but there's a cost associated with that, right? To add, obviously, these things, there's a cost associated with it. With more budget, we can certainly increase the program, increase the items. There was just two other questions. Councilman Jermaine had asked how many people can swim per lane, usually 2. And the other thing that I wanted to kind of also state and just kind of make it clear, my report in Federal Hills are kind of lock and sync. In their report, they identified that the pool loses about 40 to 60 gallons per day. In the proposal, they do identify that the cons of repairing the pool are high costs relative to programmatic goals achieved. The approach minimally addresses and improves the user experience from a visual perspective. Like I said, I kind of stand by the approach that we provide because I feel that I am providing an unbiased approach.
on it. So, but if there's a peer review, that's welcomed as well. Sorry to go off track.
No, I appreciate your feedback. I'm far from anywhere close to an expert or knowledgeable about pools, so I have to rely on the information in front of me.
And like I said, this is new information that you guys are digesting, and I welcome you asking me these questions. And there's certain reasons why we design certain ways. It's obviously a check and balance and all that. And as we go through the questions you develop, we can address those, and you can kind of see where we're getting at in the end.
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna kind of do
fine.
that. So I chair our finance committee. We were given a lot of information this evening.
Yep.
Would you be willing to come back and maybe a couple of weeks from now with our committee, once we've had time to really look everything over, come back and answer questions again as they've come up?
If you could give me the questions so I can at least address it, so I know if I got to do additional engineering or additional work to kind of figure that out, we can at least evaluate it and give you the answer.
All right, thank you. Clerk, if we could just make a note to have that for the next October finance committee meeting, if that's okay with the council. Or do we want to keep it in public? Well, we'll figure that out. I think a lot of the frustration that many people on the council and in the public feel is that we might not have always had all the information. And it is September of 2023. And we're just getting this now, when for years we have been told, yeah, the pool will be open next year. I mean, we were told all year 2022, the pool will be open, the pool will be open, the pool will be open. The pool didn't open. And there certainly are suggestions that we were intentionally kept in the dark in certain things, and we definitely were never given the aquatics report of $90,000 that was done in 2021. So I think it's fair that people and members of this council and the public have to seriously question everything that's being put in front of us. And that's not to try and impeach your credibility. It's just the reality of, the working relationship that has come up. So that's kind of how I feel. I would definitely take seriously 2,000 plus people that have signed a petition saying not to downsize the pool. Yeah, that might only be 2% of the city, but you get 2,000 people to sign something. They care. And that's important. And I think that we should listen to them. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Councilman Donegan. Any other council members that wish to be heard at this time? Can't see
Council
you
President, can we
express behind
respond?
me.
Can we respond after each council person speaks?
Let me just see if there's anyone else that wishes to be heard, just to do a tally. Does anybody else wish to be heard? Okay. Councilman Vargas, all right, Council, in a former life, Councilman Hopkins, Mayor Hopkins, you can reply to Councilman Donegan.
Yeah. Councilman Donegan, we've worked on a number of projects together in the city, continue to do that. I don't think I've ever kept anything from you personally, never lied to you, always dealt with you in a professional manner. Whether we agree or disagree on a topic, we've always had that type of relationship. And again, I'd like to continue to do that. What I'm asking is if you or any member of that body can come up with an alternate plan to what we're proposing, I've been more than happy to work with you to get it done, to make sure that that pool is open. The concerns I have is the more delays, the more questions that are being asked as government, and we know bureaucracy is difficult. It takes time to get things accomplished. Like the reports that we presented tonight, it took time to do all of that work. in the longer that we continue to delay by asking questions is only going to delay the opening of another pool.
If I can please add, I think something very critical, because it's come up with the audience, it's come up with the council about this new information about this, a quotation from this New England Aquatics. It's a maintenance and repair company. Back in, I think it was June or May of 2021. There was a quote, assuming that would be the cost for the routine opening of the pool. There's nothing secretive about that document. It was discovered later on, after that's done, that it was not possible to do, given all the facts the mayor presented, the engineering firm presented, the Federal Hill Group presented, that that did not take into consideration the existing conditions of the pool. It is critical for everyone to know that it was not $90,000 that pool could have been opened. The pool could not have been opened for $90,000. Please dispel that. And there's been no secret documents. Okay. So got to realize that. I hate to ruin the narrative, but $90,000 would not have opened the pool. It would have been under routine circumstances if the pool was functional in every other regard. So you just want to set that for the record. Very critical. The other thing you mentioned, you're saying that I kept saying that assuring the pool will be opened. I need you to prove to me under what circumstances. Was that without the knowledge that subsequently became available that the pool of all the defects in the existing facility? I believe I would have never made those statements. So if you go back, check your notes under the circumstances for which I made those statements that the pool would open, and that was the mayor's intentions. Please double check the timing of that. That could be very, very critical to my credibility. I would really appreciate that. And in terms of any other documents that are surprises, because I think it came up at the last council meeting and all this information that's been secretive, I guess I'll use that word. Please tell us what those documents are. And let's have a discussion on that, because you'll find there's nothing secretive. There's nothing covert. There's nothing misleading. There's nothing we withheld. So just be fair. I ask that to please be fair and just don't take a political perspective from certain individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. To the point of the new information at that council meeting last week, I had requested that any of the documents that were provided pursuant to that public records request be given to the council in advance of this meeting. That has not happened, just for transparency on that. The timing of the June 2021 report, whether or not it could have opened the pool, that's information that should have been shared with the council. As the note here points out, the Budlong pool was discussed by the city council at the June 2021 city council meeting, which would have been after the date that this estimate was received by New England Aquatics. That's information, regardless of whether or not it would have opened the pool. It's information we should have had. And to the mayor, I've always enjoyed working with you. I enjoyed working with you when you were on the city council, when we were on the city council together. I enjoy working with you now as you being the mayor and myself still in this seat. I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think anyone in your administration is a bad person. We have a disagreement about what direction to go in the future of this pool. I would say let's get as big a pool open as we possibly can for the amount of money that we have available at this time. I don't want this to not be open again. I mean, people deserve to have this pool. And if we can't realistically give them a 22,000 square foot pool, well, they better get the biggest pool we possibly can.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Donegan, I agree with you 1,000%.
Okay. Right. May, I just don't want to have a lot of back and forth. So thank you. Next,
Council
next is
President,
council-
you need to.
no, excuse me.
No,
Mayor.
excuse me.
No, you're not going
excuse
to
me.
lecture me.
And you're not going
Mayor.
to lecture me as well.
That's
Mike, you need
Oh,
to stop
no,
as well.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Excuse me.
Mayor.
We
Mayor,
have-
It was a forum. I didn't interrupt
Right.
you when you did your
Excuse me.
presentation.
Please,
There will
can
be
we-
a time and a place for you to speak as there has been. I haven't denied you. You were
Right, but I
able to
can't allow it to be a
You were
2-to-1.
able- You were able to speak after Councilman Donegan, and someone has to have the last word, and it was Councilman Donegan. And now at this time, I am turning to Council Vice President Vargas to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question. If we were to fix the pool the way that it is now, not fix, but let's just say to keep it the size that it is, and pretty much just tear it down and what's that? Oh, yeah, the 5 million, right? So
So you're asking if we just built a new pool
if
of
we
that same
built up
size?
the same size.
Yep.
Is that's the dollar amount that was noted this evening? It's
no.
a totally different dollar
It's
amount.
around 9 million.
That one's a $9 million, and that includes the bathhouse.
That would include some renovations to the bathhouse and expansion to accommodate for the additional patrons.
Without the other oases that were,
That would be
Sure,
just
today.
your 22,000 square foot rectangular pool.
okay. If that is the case and that's the route that we go, that would be, how long does it take for you to kind of just redesign that with ADA compliance?
All right, so incorporating modern technology, that's what you're looking to do. Modernize a pool, create a modern 22,000 square foot pool. That would probably take. So we would be starting from scratch, probably 3 or 4 months. And
For the designing.
for the complete engineering
Yep.
package, correct, yeah. Granted, there is back and forth, as we experienced tonight, I can't just turn in a plan that you guys see, so. That's where it counts.
Okay. And so at that point, if that would take 3 months from now, give or take, say, we are keeping it the same size, we're just gutting it and just redoing the whole
Yeah,
pool,
if
because
you
that's
told
what
me-
it would require.
If you told me today, Mark, Weston Sampson, Sakosha, direction is we want a 22,000 square foot pool, building addition, and lap pools. You're probably looking at finished documents January of 2024.
Okay. Whereas if we were to fix the current structure, you're advising that we don't, because really it's not going to give us a decent amount of lifetime
Well, I
within
think-
the actual pool.
Yes, yeah, I don't think the value is there to
Mhm.
repair it because of the underlying conditions that you have there, and that's not finding what we find during construction too.
Right.
If I was sitting on this side or that side, I would be telling you the same thing.
Okay. And that's just the pool in itself and the bathhouse, never mind repaving the parking lot and everything else that goes with the 2 basketball courts and everything that are next to it. This is just strictly the actual pool.
Yeah, our scope of work was not to do anything in the parking lot. We were trying to maximize the amount of money in the fenced area.
Okay. The construction of the actual pool, would that be within your scope as well, or just strictly the design? Because then we would have
Our
to,
scope would be engineer of record, so we would develop plans, concept plans to construction documents. Then we would provide construction oversight. So that's us inspecting another contractor's work.
based on your experience, if we were to just redo the entire pool to keep it the size that it is now and bring it up to code. What do you think is, assuming, right, we don't suddenly hit any bumps in the road with construction or any equipment that we need, backwater or anything like that? What is typically the time frame to build the pool that size, rebuild it?
So to build a pool of that size, you're probably looking around 16 months. And you're probably looking at maybe 3 companies in the country that could build a pool of that size.
So that's A, based on their ability. And two, the 60 months is pretty much kind of telling us that given the fact we're in September of 2023, the pool, if we were to keep it the same size that it is today and just got the whole thing and just bring it up to code and everything else, it's definitely not going to be open next summer.
No. No.
Okay. And depending on the weather and everything else, I would assume it
Correct.
has a lot to do with it.
You know, there is a pool of that size, you know, you're probably getting concrete sourced from 2 or 3 different companies within the state. You're probably looking at a labor force. There may be 2 pool contractors that have to have a joint entity to build a pool of that size.
Okay.
We did, so here's an example. We did recently, this last year, one of our facilities opened up in Plano, Texas. That was 22,000 square foot pool. That was a wave pool, which is obviously a different element to what we're looking at here. That took about 6 months of just the pool, exclusive to build, not demo, not deck, not procurement, none of that. It's just, it's a large body of water. And it's kind of parlaying into that, you know, it's something that we've said, the city then has to staff that too, right? We have to have enough lifeguards that we're covering the minimum 20-second protocol, right? Then it's not that they're on the deck. You also have to have the double amount so that they're rotating through. You need to have staff that's, you know, cleaning up, monitoring that. It's a large burden of cost.
So so then in looking at the cost on comparison that you provided earlier, which was that cost to repair was $5 million. That would provide us with a 10 years lifespan.
Yep.
Versus the cost of a new pool that would be between 3 to 3.5 million. That new pool is the sizes. I know currently is a 22 square thousand foot right now, the existing one. What's the square footage again on the
one that was
new
presented
pool
today is
presented today?
7,000.
It's 7,000.
From hearing from council members and the public, that might grow. That might grow another 2,000 square feet, depending upon how you address the comments that were provided and trying to marry that with the budget. Obviously, we got to match demand to budget.
And how many people fit in that 7,000 square foot pool? Wood? 500?
Yep.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. It's been a long night, so I'm just.
Just as a side note, if we increase capacity from, let's say, 500 to 700, that also increases the capacity that we need for the pool house. So that means we need to not only do 1 floor, but possibly 2 floors in addition. So it's really, we're adding another 3 parts to it.
So what about the bathhouse today? That bathhouse today, if we have a 22,000 square foot pool, the space in the current bath pool is not equivalent, doesn't match with the size of the pool. So if we were to keep the pool the size that it is today and add a bath pool that would match with the capacity of that pool, I hate asking for math, but roughly like what would be the cost there?
Cost, I couldn't tell you, but size wise, you probably have to double what you have now. You would have to renovate all the existing building, made it ADA compliant, fix everything that's into it, and have an addition that's probably doubling that in size.
Because it currently is not ADA compliance either.
No, not in the least.
Correct. But if we were, is there any legal requirements that we have to, if we keep the pool the size it is now, we have to expand on that current bathhouse right now?
Correct.
Yeah, there's a price value. Once you trigger a certain contract value, then you're required to bring all these items up to compliance. And that threshold is very low.
No, okay, I'm sorry. The councilwoman missed the first part when you explained that the early part of the meeting. That's why.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Thank you for that. So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand, because if we're keeping it at 22,000 square foot pool, and it's going to cost us roughly, you're saying about 9 million or so, right?
For a
brand new.
Brand new.
That doesn't include the bathhouse, you're saying?
That includes the bathhouse.
Bringing it up to speed of
Correct.
like
Correct.
matching the capacity of it as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And all of that includes our warranty and everything else on there as well. I just figured I asked. that comes with it? Is warranty and everything else included in all of these dollar amounts?
So I think,
And the
there's a
li-
warranty written into our spec that the contractor has to abide by.
we're a self-insured city, so I'm also asking in terms of making sure also the liability that we have, right? Keeping the pool the size that it is versus downsizing it, would we
Well, there's
be?
things that were discussed tonight that open increased liability to the city in some of the programmatic elements. Obviously, anything that's launching or diving or anything like that adds.
Right.
And
Because of
in
the
the pool that we're proposing, 6-foot depth, you can still dive into. You can still do cannonballs into, you can still, if you choose to, do a flip into it. Not advisable on the record, but the depth will accommodate that. The depth won't accommodate a diving board. The reason there's not many communities for outdoor community pools that incorporate diving boards. They're an expensive item, they're a liability. And you're talking about the deeper you make the pool, the more one-dimensional that section of water ends up being. And then you increase the volume of water, which then you need to filter it. So there's a various chain of reactions that come. And what we try to do is we try to kind of blend that. We try to give that in a smaller dose.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for time. I don't have any further question, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President Vargas. Councilman Campopiano.
Thank you, Council President. I led my remarks off last time I spoke about this, about emotion. And I heard a saying the other day that I think fits this right here. When you make a decision, emotions are like a seesaw. The higher the emotion, the lower the logic. And the higher the logic, the lower the emotion. And I think that fits us right here. There's a lot of emotion here. I have a question, and you kind of answered it right off the bat. The depth of a pool. Is it typical throughout other communities to have pools be 9 feet deep? Is that the norm nowadays?
It changes based upon what the community wants and what the program's offered, and what your site constraints are. I would say on average, in the pools that we do, I would say most of them don't exceed 7 feet, unless you're an NCAA or a high school team that has a diving program. If you have a specific need for that, they really don't go much deeper because you become one-dimensional and there's a cost associated
Right,
with that.
that section of the pool would only be for that purpose.
Correct, yeah.
And I guess we would be, I mean, we are self-assured, the city, we'd be opening ourselves up to liability. I mean, I hear about backflips, I hear about all these things. Is that another thing that's allowed in public pools?
I can't, the lifeguards will scold you if you do a backflip into a pool, and nowadays, and it's discouraged. There's specific language that we have to write on signs that are posted that specifically state these things per code. So to kind of invite that is kind of being the engineer and looking out for the city. It's not advisable.
All right. I also would be remiss if I didn't thank Council Vice President for intelligence questions. I really appreciate that. It was
okay.
Very, very good. I also I want to address this, the 89,000 aquatics quote to open the pool. If I read the packet, and immediately after that packet, well, in the packet it says replace the sand in the filters, and it was a $30,000 number. And then there was an attached email right after it that says we can't open the filter. We don't want to open those filters or those canisters because they're going to leak. Well, it tells me right off the bat that everybody's taking their car to the shop and they say it needs a spark plug, and then all of a sudden you need an engine. So I think this was a rabbit hole that we would have went down. So I also want to say there's one thing that keeps saddening me when I hear people come up here and say we don't want a splash pad. I mean, that's sad because there's a lot of children. I have grandchildren and they're from New York City, and there's a splash pad or a water feature in almost every playground in New York City, and they love it. They can't go into the pool, and the parents can't sit there and watch them or be in the pool with them. And this is a great way to accommodate more people and more children in that area, and it's included, I believe it was included in the part of the quote and part of the scope of how many people that would require it. So I find it a little selfish when someone says, oh, we don't want a splash pad. I think we need to open it up to everybody. And in that same train of thought, I was encouraged by the willingness to open up maybe the larger part of the pool for the 17-year-olds or 18 years old. I mean, that sounds like a good plan to get it a little bit more accommodating for that age group. But I feel that it has to be a whole age group. I think we need to address the splash pad and the maybe open it up a little bit more. Also want to address the dumping of the water when you backflush those filters and that goes into that water. I don't think the city's immune to being fined by DEM if that's happening. That's something that really concerns me. So that's something that has to be addressed. So, I mean, there's many things that have to be addressed. I like the idea of the shape of the pool, and I think it's because it's a more progressive thought. The shape of the pool, it's not like, it's not a kid drew a pool up and this is what you're going to go in. It's it takes into account different age groups, different swimming skills, and different uses of this pool, and keeping it secluded and make it safer and easier to maintain and easier to monitor because of that shape. But I mean, that being said, I do like the idea of the smaller pool, but maybe a little bit larger than what was proposed. But I look forward to a modern pool that's going to last us many, many years to come. So I hope it happens. I hope it happens real soon. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, we will take all this information back to the drawing board and we'll see how much, and that's what we were trying to do in this whole process is match massive, you know, the most pool you can get for the budget that you.
I mean, obviously, I mean, from when I read, I mean, you did your homework. There's the other community based what other communities are using, and I think the last time this was open, there's more pools around our area, so I think it'll fit the needs of the city.
Yeah, I mean, one of the disappointing things that I see around the nation are pools closing, and it's closing because of the lack of funds to be able to operate it. You know, there are plenty of private facilities that only open for a couple of years and then they go bankrupt because they overbuilt. And you know, to match your needs to what the city's needs are, that's one of the key things, to be a, you know, not a drain on the city, you know,
Yeah.
and be a good asset.
No, I understand. I mean, I brought it up before about staffing, and I mean, it's just a reality. It's tough to get the staffing and to keep a pool large.
I would say since COVID, the average per hour rate for a lifeguard went from maybe $10 an hour. City of Boston was paying 25 this year per hour because they couldn't get anyone.
Do you have a pool of 20,000 square feet? How much staff would it require? Do you have that answer?
Yeah, I did review it. You probably need about 15 lifeguards
15
That's at one time. At one time.
at one time.
And then you would have to have some on the rotation of that.
And is there a way to rope off part of the pool and say if you want 10 only showed up, could you say, okay, you can't go in that? Is that legal? Is that something
Yeah,
that's even?
it's certain. So, I mean, there are, for the city of Baltimore, we have, we're working in some diverse areas. And the pools that we're providing probably have a capacity of around 150, but they don't have the staff, so they limit the amount of people to 85. So they essentially overbuilt in those cases. And in that case, you'd be spending money to overbuild and not have the full use of the asset.
Oh, that's an interesting answer.
Yeah.
So you would just have to not allow people in if, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You'd have a big open pool with half a quarter of it used.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah.
One more item, you had brought up the depth, and
another item is obviously environmental impacts. For example, high groundwater, those things. I mean, there's pools that we're working on right now. We could only get 4 feet because the groundwater is too severe. You know, the cost, the engineering cost impact to get deeper just outweighed the benefit.
Well, I know the water table there is extremely high. I can
is,
see it from the, I mean, is it more easily addressed with the pool that you're proposing?
It is. It's a more cost-effective way. We're looking at a 6-foot depth. We're going to be able to now incorporate a proper dewatering system. We won't have a pipe on the inside wall of the pool. And we also have the ability with a new pool to be able to correct issues of the past. You know, when the pool was put in 38, civil engineering was in the infancy. You know, there wasn't really much understanding of how things worked. You look at some of these old railroad bridges, they were massive steel because they couldn't calculate what the capacity of steel was.
Yes.
And they couldn't, you know, regulate the quality of steel that was produced. You know, looking at the modern technology that we have now, we got to do, you know, we got to build a foundation that's not going to sink and settle. It's just part of the nature, but we have that information now. Building on top of what's old, that's what's challenging.
I totally get what you're saying. I'm in the engineering field, so I
Good.
totally get what you're saying.
We're talking the same language.
Yes, I totally get it. So thank you very much, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Before you speak, Mayor Hopkins, I just wanted to mention to Councilman Campiano's point about the operational funding of the pool as proposed in terms of the lifeguards and the cost. I know way back in 2021, I had mentioned even then the idea of corporate sponsorship. You know, there's a benefit to different local companies or state companies that if they put their name on the bathhouse or somewhere that would help offset the costs. And I do think that's a real opportunity for us as a city to implore that. But Mayor Hopkins.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Campiano, I just did some quick figures based on the numbers that were just said. For one season, about 44 days at $25 an hour, just for lifeguards for one season is $115,500 just for lifeguards. And I also find it pretty ironic that the name of the street that it's built on is called the Aqueduct, which to me tells me in 1939, when they built it, they put it over some pretty wet lands.
Yeah, sure. Councilman Campiano, sure.
Thank you, Council President. I think you misunderstood me. I wasn't concerned with the finances of the lifeguards. I was more concerned with getting people. I know there's a struggle throughout the city, there's not only other cities and the state beaches to get people. It has nothing to do with, I had no problems with funding it. I'm concerned with Johnny goes to the beach instead of coming to the pool to work today, and now we can't open the pool. We have to turn people away. That's more of my concern.
Yeah, no, I understood it as both the cost, because it wasn't just you, just in the discussion, it came up about the size of the pool. If it increases, then there'll be extra costs in terms of the water, the maintenance, it would increase the bathhouse size. So is that in addition to, you're right, there's two components to getting people, but other communities have been creative in ways in terms of sometimes it's fire department. And another thing I haven't said out loud, but I will hear is that, and I know of some students, there are high school students in our high schools that are certified lifeguards. And as part of our high school education program, they are required to do so many volunteer hours. It's not going to solve the whole problem for the whole summer, but it is an opportunity for them, as well. So, we can be creative, like every other city has been with their pools in order to get them operational, functional as a benefit, to the city. And at least we do have a splash pad. We have one, but as we sit here, we do not have a pool, and that's what we need to provide. Yep. Any other council members? Yep. Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a lot of different things to say, so I will just start off with some questions. I am concerned with operational costs purely because every year we sit down to do the budgets and we have to cut to make things work all the time. So considering that it was provided to us that the pool was closed in 2009 and 2010 due to financial reasons, 1996 due for financial reasons, and there was discussion of where the maintenance money went in the past few years, which, just to clarify, that money gets reallocated when we don't need it because the pool was closed. So I had asked at the last meeting if it could perhaps be provided some kind of budget estimate concerning cost yearly for either pool, whether it's 22,000 square feet or 7,000 square feet. We can't really compare. We can say right now 5 million to 3.5 million, or 9 million to 5 million to 3.5 million, but how much is each of those going to cost us going forward for 10 years or 40 years? And can we pay for it? Council President's idea of sponsorships is excellent, but we don't currently have that working for us. So it's just an idea at this point. How much is this going to cost us? Energy costs are through the roof. Pools are closing around the country and even in Europe because they can't pay the energy costs. We need to keep the water clean. It needs to be flowing. I imagine the more water, the more cost for water, but more cost to run the pumps and run the systems. This is a serious question. We talk all the time about being fiscally responsible, whether you're on one side or the other. We have budgets that we need to meet, and we have people that don't want to pay more taxes every single year. So we have ARPA money now for this, main push to fix something. But what do we have going forward? How are we going to fund this when we still have to fund schools? We have things to fund year after year that just come out of nowhere. So I need some numbers. Can anyone help me with that?
We can work and develop what the operational cost would be for 22,000 versus 8,000. Obviously, one's going to outweigh the other in a significant role. But we could give you a general understanding of what that burden would be.
Okay, thank you. I think if you could work with our finance director on that, I think that's really important as we make decisions going forward. I think it's quite obvious that a 7,000 square foot pool is going to be less to staff, take less water, and take less energy. But to have the numbers, that's what people seem to want, is real facts going forward. Okay, next, just so I'm going to just talk a little bit about the people have been talking about misinformation, and that is coming from all different places, because I received an email from Cranston Forward, which is a political action committee that masquerades as a community group. In case anyone doesn't know what a action committee is, it's a popular term for a political committee organized for the purpose of raising and spending money to elect and defeat candidates. But they appear to be a community group. They are different. But coming forward, but sending out information saying it costs $8 million to fund Eatree Park is not true. Saying that the mayor spent $1.5 million to turf West Field, as far as I recall, is not true, because that was done before I took office. I remember that because I put through a resolution to try and name it Fung Field. So that was done before we got here. Okay, so that didn't happen, and the facts are not straight there. In addition to that, in a frequently asked question on Cranston Forward's page, I will read directly from this. Let's see. Mariano makes an outlandish and false claim that because the pool has a maximum bather capacity of 1,200 based on national standards adopted by Rhode Island, the city would be forced to make the bathhouse large enough to accommodate 1,200 people and would have to hire enough lifeguards to supervise that many swimmers. The city has not, at least in recent history, allowed even close to 1,200 people in the pool at one time. According to Mr. Liberatore, the city's policy has been to limit the pool's capacity to 350 people at any time, presumably because that is the most people the city decided could enjoy the pool at one time and be safely guarded. But by Rhode Island law, the required number of lifeguards for the pool is based on its size, depth, and dimensions, not the maximum number of people who can be legally crammed into it. The fact that Mariano would say something like this shows that he is either not as competent as his resume would suggest, or it is not providing the impartial expertise that Cranston voters deserve. I don't think any of that is true, other than the fact that it holds 1,200 people means that it's a bigger pool, which means it needs more lifeguards. But if the point is that only 350 people would be allowed to use the pool, I'm not understanding why we're arguing for a pool that holds 1,200. You can't have it both ways. You need to make a point and stick to it. Thank you. I have a little bit more. This is obviously
I'm just going to interrupt 1 second, Councilwoman Renzulli, because we've got the 11 o'clock rule. Let's take a motion to extend, as we only can do in half-hour increments, okay? So
All right.
if there's a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30,
I motion to extend the meeting until 11:30.
Second.
okay, any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
It appears Councilman Ferry has left. So Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano, Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes, okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So I will say that, I truly respect all the people who have come forward. Some people have come literally 18 times every time this has been on the docket, and their commitment to being part of the decision-making process in the city is highly commendable. And it's evident that the pool holds a special place in their hearts. However, it's crucial that we consider the broader context and the future needs of this community. If we are talking about learning to swim, because we all know that that's not just a pastime, it's a life skill. We all know the statistics of different generations of people, different races, different socioeconomic. There are stats to say who learns how to swim and who doesn't. But if we don't have a pool that's open that we can fund year after year, then no one's learning to swim. Why would we build a pool, pay for it, that can hold 1,200 people when we're going to limit it to 350 people at a time, and then not have enough lifeguards to even be there for the 1,200 person maximum pool when we only need one for 350? That doesn't make any sense. Learning to swim requires a consistent and appropriate depth of water. About 4 feet is the general sense where people can learn to swim in 4 feet of water. Yes. Most small children who are learning to swim can't touch the bottom in 4 feet of water. They're going to be prepared to swim in deeper water. It's easier for instructors in 4 feet of water. That's just a fact. So if someone wants to Google it, they can. But anyone who's pretending that we need 9 feet of water to teach people how to properly swim is incorrect. Councilwoman Vargas brought up a great point about liability. We're talking about insurance on this council constantly, about claims, about health insurance, about anything. We are a self-insured community. The bigger the pool, the more people in there at a time, and the deeper the pool, the more dangerous it is. That's just a fact. So we need to consider these options. That doesn't mean that anyone up here doesn't want a pool. We all want a pool. We all want it yesterday. The longer we make this take, the less likely we're going to have a pool next year. That is most convenient for people running for office on that. Thank you.
And any other council members? I think everyone's already been heard. Okay. All right. At this time, I just want to thank the administration for acquiescing and agreeing to hold a joint session with us. And hopefully this was a productive evening. I believe that it was. So at this time, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, a second. Any discussion? There being none?
Oh, man.
The clerk, if you can please take the roll. We're all set.
I just wanted to thank the council for sharing this platform with us. I wanted to also thank the gentlemen that came in as professionals tonight to give their expertise on pools. And I want to thank the public for showing up and sharing their concerns. Thank you.
Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine. She left. Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Meeting adjourned.